Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. I gather there's a traffic hold-up somewhere, so... Right, good evening members of the public and the press attending this full council meeting of BCP Council on the 9th of November 2021. I'm Councilor Nigel Hedges, and as Chairman of the BCP Council, I will be chairing the meeting. At this current time, the world's eyes are on Glasgow and COP26, Conference of the Parties, if you're not sure what COP stands for. At the last full council, our opening question concerned the BCP's continued efforts to address the climate emergency, which all BCP councillors signed up for when BCP began. The UK's Prime Minister is leading the global response required from this nation's point of view and affording the world the stage to make the right decisions and to announce their planned actions, which we all have to see are enacted with alacrity. The lead councillor question at the last full council on that very global-wide issue received a fulsome reply, and there is indeed no limitations on the length of time for responses to questions, only speeches under other areas of business in the due process of full council meetings. As I'm entrusted to execute the role of chairman of the full council meetings, I would not wish to see answers delivered short and shallow, but then again, whilst I would wish responses to be fulsome and informative for members and residents alike, I would also wish them to be focused and concise. It is with that thought in mind that I would encourage all members to appreciate that the Constitution Review Working Group is deliberating on this specific issue, and that all members bear in mind that as many questions as possible within the 30-minute section which is allowed on the Constitution at the moment, with my discretion, will run to the full extent allowed, perhaps with some minor leeway, but those who go first must consider those who indeed wish to follow. I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules for speaking. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand physically to indicate. Councillors, officers, members of the public and the press in attendance are recommended to wear a face covering whilst moving around, but this is not enforceable and ultimately personal choice. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for the motion, I will ask if there is any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands unless a recorded vote is requested, which requires support from a quarter of the members present at the meeting. It should be noted that there are councillors located in the public gallery for social distancing purposes. All councillors will be located in the council chamber for voting. Agenda item 1, apologies. Chief Executive, will you read out the apologies received for this meeting, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillor Norman Decent, Councillor Anne Filer, Councillor Peter Hall, Councillor Andy Jones, Councillor Chris Matthews, Councillor Rachel Maidment, Councillor Pete Miles, Councillor Lisa Northover, Councillor Tony O'Neill, Councillor Susan Phillips and Councillor Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Agenda item 2, declaration of interest. Chief Executive, can you report on any declarations of interest received?
Thank you, Chairman. In respect of item 8B, which is the Cabinet from 29th of September, minute number 55, accelerating regeneration and investment in the BCP area, Councillor Mike Brooke wishes to record for transparency purposes that he is a board member of the Bournemouth Development Company.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Agenda item 3, the election of the Vice Chairman of the Council. Councillors, I seek nominations for the election of Vice Chairman of the Council until the next annual Council. Could I invite nominations, please? Councillor Dion.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make my remarks brief. It's my privilege to nominate Councillor Tony O'Neill for the position of Vice Chair of the BCP Council. He is unfortunately not here tonight because he is having to self-isolate in support of his wife, who's about to undergo major back surgery. He is aware of my intent, however, to nominate him, and he's willing to undertake the role of Vice Chair for which I believe him to be well qualified. Most of the members here will already be familiar with Councilor O'Neill, as he has spoken numerous occasions in these chambers. He's a contributing member of the Planning Committee discussions, and he's also very active in the many overview and scrutiny committee debates. I know that Tony has the skills, character, and enthusiasm to make an outstanding vice chair of the BCP Council, and I encourage all members of the chamber to support his nomination. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dion. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted to second the nomination for Councillor Tony O'Neill. I cannot think of anyone better to fulfil the role, to support yourself, and I am absolutely confident that he will undertake the role and act for the benefit of the whole of the Council in an apolitical matter in his role. I have great confidence in Tony, and I hope all members do too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. I noticed that there was a hand raised. Councillor Trent, you have a proposal.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to nominate Councillor George Farquhar, who I believe has the combination of good humour and firmness to do the job well, and would help perhaps sew up some of the divisions rather than divide further, and so I therefore nominate Councillor George Farquhar.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Farquhar? Yes, please. Councillor Lewis.
I would be very pleased to second George Farquhar. He is a very caring, considerate and thoughtful councillor who has always acted for the good of his residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there any other? No. Right. In that case, as there is more than one candidate, this now means we go to a secret ballot. Councillor.
With your permission, Chair.
May I invite you to say a few words?
Thank you very much, Chair.
You're welcome.
Very appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think we might have a point of order. As many members here know that I don't pre-prepare speeches. It's simply not my way. And it wasn't my way when I was actually Vice Chairman when BCP came into being. One of the things about the role, and this is not a sales pitch because I've done it already, is that it is apolitical. Now, for those on the opposite benches which may feel that I haven't got the ability to be apolitical in the role of Vice Chairman, I'll say you're wrong, and I proved that when I was actually Vice Chair before. The other thing which I proved is the amount of work that goes into being the Vice Chair. My record is sound, supporting the Chair at that time. When the first citizen of BCP could not be in attendance, the role falls to the Vice Chair. The Vice Chair is an office, and I'm quite conscious of the office. It is not about my self-promotion, it is about the promotion of the first citizen and the BCP Council. What I would ask for all members in this particular case is, unlike perhaps in other places where you have to go through a division lobby, this is a secret ballot. And I would ask you to vote for who you believe will actually promote the role of the Vice Chairman, not only in engagement, but on social media and other places, and be truly apolitical. So I call on anybody to actually take that into consideration when casting your secret ballot. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. In Councillor Trent's absence this evening, it's been arranged that Councillor Mellor will say a few words, if you would, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for allowing us that dispensation on behalf of Councillor Tony O'Neill. I've been asked to say the following. Chair, I accept the nomination, and please can you deliver the following on my behalf. Councillors, I'm sorry that I cannot be with you tonight to deliver these words in person, as my wife is preparing to go into hospital for major surgery, and we are both instructed to isolate. First and foremost, I would like to thank those who have nominated me, and also those that have supported my nomination for the position of Vice Chairman. It is a privilege and an honour to be nominated, and it would be the utmost privilege if my nomination to this position is successful, and one I would in which I would unreservedly accept. Some will be pleased to learn that my speech is to be short, as I've never been a believer in long speeches, as like some meetings, they can go on and on and on. However, I would like to say thank you to Lawrence Fear, the outgoing Vice Chairman, who I know has been great help to yourself as Chair. I also commit my support to you and in learning much from you should I be successful. To us all, political differences apart, I look to supporting lively but respectful debate as we all gather strength from a common wish to deliver on our shared mandate of a better life for all our constituents. Thank you. Tony adds, P.S. In light of my wife's post-surgery recovery, I did ask her for her vote, to which she replied, "Oh darling, do take it. It will more likely than not aid my recovery." I cannot think what she means. And that's all. Thank you very much, Chair. And
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Thank you. So as we have two candidates, that now invokes a secret ballot. The general approach to this will be each side of the House exit through those doors to the secret ballot area where the booths are. You've all brought a pen with you, I understand, as instructed. Apparently I will vote first by going this way, and then I would think Democratic Services will have people positioned to guide you to the booths and then return to your seat, and after the count we will know the result. Chief Executive will read out the results which have been counted, cross-checked and counted again.
Thank you, Chairman. There were 65 votes cast. The result was Councillor George Farquhar, 27 votes, and Councillor Tony O'Neill, 38 votes. So Councillor Tony O'Neill was elected as Vice Chairman.
It's a lovely thing when democracy happens in front of your eyes, isn't it, with pens and paper. We must celebrate the shunning of digital on that occasion, but it's the theatre of democracy that we enjoy. Thank you very much for that. Obviously, in Councillor O'Neill's absence this evening, contingency has been already considered that there is a set period for the new Vice Chairman to make the necessary declaration for Democratic Services officers and will be able to do so with the Chief Executive within a set period. So I would add my congratulations to both candidates for entry into that occasion, and congratulate Councillor O'Neill, who will be working with me, which is obviously a wonderful thing for me. This is the occasion where I brush away a tear and say a few words to Councillor Fear for his help and support. It's a bit of a clunky phrase, but I'd use the phrase, we are team, we were team, because his experience working with my predecessor, Councillor Flagg, and what he brought to the mechanics of the job with support and guidance, and actually operating a degree of control when I was definitely going in the wrong direction with too much enthusiasm. I can't thank Councillor Fear enough for what he did. I wish him well in all his future endeavours. But I thank you. You know how appreciative I was and all that you did. It was an amazing amount, which I've written down, and we'll have it bound and copied for you to remind you. This is the opportunity apparently where I can now allow you to say a few words, so if you're prepared to. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an interesting experience speaking once again from the benches and not your side. I can really only sum up what you've said, really. We were a brilliant team. You are a fantastic chairman. The engagements you have done and will do are going above and beyond the office that you hold. And I will always be there to support you and any other member, but from a slightly different position. So I wish you well, and I wish the new Vice Chairman well, and you will have another great team. So I thank you, and I thank all members as well for their support in the time I was Vice Chair. And I wish you all the very best, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. And obviously I'd just like to add my thanks to Councillor Farquhar for also offering him services. It's greatly appreciated, Councillor Farquhar, thank you. And thank you, Democratic team, for pulling that all together with an amazing ballot. Which takes us to agenda item 4, confirmation of minutes. Councillors, do you agree to confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 14th September 2021? Councillor Phipps, please. Councillor Phipps.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm afraid I will have to abstain from this vote, and I would like to tell you why. Whilst I don't question the minutes actually recorded by Democratic Services, I do believe that some of the answers given to my question, as detailed in those minutes, contain falsehoods, and they're not true. My question was about the Lagoon Bounce Back Grant Award of £70,000. The portfolio holder said that I live close to the proposed lagoon site. This is completely untrue. I don't live near the site, and his response makes me appear to be dishonest and have a personal interest, and I do not. He also then, I believe, went on to manipulate his words about the scoring. I can give you the full example, but I'm not going to take up all that time. I believe he manipulated words in his answer to twist the truth of actually what happened. As one of the two members of the award team, he did agree to change the score on the lagoon. So, due to what I believe to be misinformation, and perceived falsehoods in the answer to my question, which are recorded in these minutes, I intend to abstain from the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps, and you're officially abstaining for the minutes. Thank you. Councillor McCormick, I think you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Chair. For the same reasons as Councillor Phipps, I would also be abstaining because I don't believe although the minutes were recorded correctly, I don't believe the information provided in the answer to my question at the last full council meeting had correct information in either.
So you're confirming that you're abstaining, Councillor McCormick. Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, similar to my colleagues, actually. I will not be voting in favour of the minutes and I will be abstaining. I believe that the information provided by the Cabinet Member for Transport and Sustainability and by the leader, which is stated in the minutes, is not true. This is under item 110, questions from councillors on pages 11, 12 and 13 of the minutes regarding the financial resources to tackle the climate emergency, and in item 111, the budget outturn report later in the minutes on pages 20, 21 and 22 of the minutes, statements by the leader and the Cabinet Member. The public have a right to expect that answers given should be accurate and factually correct. While the minutes represent what was stated, I am not content that, in my opinion, false information and fake news becomes a matter of the public record of this council. I would like it minuted in this meeting that I disagree with the statements made at the last meeting and I will be abstaining on this vote to approve those minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. So your abstention would also be recorded. Thank you. I'd like the Leader of the Council to bring a response to that, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and delighted to respond. Firstly, I'm going to say, so effectively, I've just been challenged in terms of something I said in the meeting, in terms of whether it's correct or not. I'll specifically, let's go to the one that is a fact, and I'll stand by. What I said in that meeting was the Unity Alliance cancelled the climate and ecological emergency budget, so took £240,000 out of it. The Section 151 officer is here, and he can be the arbiter of whether I'm correct or you're effectively lying. So you took it out, we then put it back in, and then we doubled it, and then we made it permanent. So, that is simple. It's something I've said many a time. I'll say it again. I believe now you're lying. You're accusing me of lying, and that's not true. And we can ask the Section 151 officer to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. All that's noted. Under this section, it's really just confirming the acceptance of the minutes. So with the understanding, Councillor Howell, there's a sea of hands, one at a time. Councillor Howell.
Yeah, I just take up the leader's invitation there, I think, to ask the Chief Financial Officer, because I genuinely don't know, but my impression was that the Unity Alliance had in its budget for the future, in the MTFP for future years, that the line item for the climate change funding was still there, and that was the funding that the leader is talking about that has been put into the current budget and future years is no more permanent than the funding that we had for future years in our MTFP. I stand to be corrected, but I'd welcome the financial officer to answer that, and I will be abstaining for the reasons identified earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Chief Executive is just referring to a certain section of the Constitution. Would you like to, could you care to read that out, please?
Thanks, Chairman. Just to confirm to members that the item of confirmation of the minutes does say only matters relating to the accuracy of the minutes can be raised, which must be done by way of a motion, which is proposed, seconded and voted upon. So the question is whether we're raising issues about the accuracy of the minutes by way of a motion, or whether this is just a number of speeches being made by councillors regarding the debate and extending the debate from last time. So my proposal would be that we take the vote, note the abstentions. We've heard the debate, heard the issues. My proposal would be to stop it at that point, given the wording of the Constitution.
I would be inclined to agree, reading the section of the Constitution there. Chief Executive, you're recommending that we move to a vote to accept the minutes with noting all the abstentions, if you would please note your abstention.
Can I ask for a recorded vote, please?
Councillor Ricketts, noted, thank you. On the Constitution, Councillor Ricketts, apparently 25% of the members present have to ask for a recorded vote.
In that case, the answer is yes, Chairman.
In that case, the answer is yes. Okay, I'm going to hand over to the Chief Executive to do the recorded vote, Mr. Farron.
Thank you, Chairman. So just to be clear for councillors, this is a vote on accepting the minutes. You can either vote for accepting the minutes, against, or can abstain. I'll read out the councillors' names in alphabetical order, trying to miss out those that are given apologies. So Councillor Hazel Allen, Councillor Lewis Allison, Councillor Mark Anderson, Councillor Sarah Anderson, Councillor Marcus Andrews, Councillor Julie Bagwell, Councillor Steve Barron, Councillor Stephen Bartlett, Councillor John Beasley, Chairman, just confirming, councillors should be in the chamber to vote. That is one of the rules. I do apologise. Does it count if they're in the...
No, they're in the
yeah. We made that specific point. Does that count? If the monitoring officer is happy to accept the gallery as an extension to the chamber, then I'm happy to listen more carefully. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Derek Borthwick. Councillor Philip Broadhead. Councillor Mike Brooke. Councillor Nigel Brooks. Councillor David Brown. Councillor Simon Ball.
Abstain.
Councillor Richard Burton. Councillor Diana Butler.
For.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt.
For.
Councillor Eddie Coop.
For.
Councillor Mike Cox.
Abstain.
Councillor Malcolm Davies.
For.
Councillor Leslie Dedman.
Abstain.
Councillor Brian Dion.
For.
Councillor Bobby Dove. Councillor Beverley Dunlop.
For.
Councillor Millie Earle.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackie Edwards. Councillor LJ Evans.
Abstain.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Abstain.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
For.
Councillor David Flagg.
Abstain.
Councillor Sean Gabriel.
For.
Councillor Nick Geary.
Abstain.
Councillor Mike Green.
For.
Councillor Nicola Green. Councillor Andy Hadley.
Abstain.
Councillor May Haynes. Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Abstain.
Councillor Mark Howell.
Abstain.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson. Councillor Toby Johnson. Councillor Jane Kelly. Councillor David Kelsey. Councillor Bob Lawton. Councillor Marion Le Pedevin. Councillor Lisa Lewis. Councillor Chris Matthews. No. Councillor Simon McCormack. Councillor Drew Mellor. Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Lisa, no, not Lisa Northover. Councillor Susan, no. Councillor Margaret Phipps. Councillor Karen Rampton. Councillor Felicity Rice. Councillor Vanessa Ricketts. Councillor Chris Rigby. Councillor Mark Robson. Councillor Roberto Rocco. Rocca, sorry, apologies. Councillor Anne Stribley. Councillor Tony Trent. Councillor Mike White. Councillor Lawrence Williams. Councillor Kieran Wilson. Councillor Lawrence Fear. Apologise for putting in that sequence. And Councillor Nigel Hedges.
4.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, didn't do it properly, 2, 4, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. What did you get? Exactly the same.
Members, here's the result of the recorded vote, 38 for with 27 abstentions. Thank you. Thank you, members. So we move on to agenda item 5, announcements and introductions from the chairman. Sir John Butterfield MP. It is with sadness that I inform you of the death of Sir John Butterfield MP. He passed away peacefully early on Sunday and has been ill for some time. As many long-standing members will know, Sir John served as Member of Parliament for Bournemouth West from 1983 until his retirement in 2010. He was elected to Parliament for Bournemouth West 6 times and in Parliament had the distinction for a backbench MP of introducing many Acts of Parliament. I would now request that we stand to observe a minute's silence in his memory. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Thank you for that. At this point, I'd also like to mention a departed friend and colleague, Councillor Colin Bungey. We did hold a minute's silence in his memory, seemingly now so long ago. But I would like to mention at this point in my announcements the recent memorial service for Councillor Colin Bungey at the Priory Church in Christchurch. He was first elected to Jumpers Ward in Christchurch in May 1983 and his widow, Councillor Susan Bungey, is the current Mayor of Christchurch. Hundreds heard the eulogies and praise for a man of decency, integrity, honesty and selflessness over the years he served as a non-party councillor, and I know that BCP were represented there on that day. Thank you. I would like to take the opportunity to refer to some of the engagements that I've attended since the last council meeting. I've attended the Dorset Scouts Award ceremony with the Mayor of Bournemouth in Blandford. I've attended the BCHA At Your Service launch for training people for the hospitality and catering industry. I've attended the Christchurch Town Council rededication service at the Christchurch Priory and also the launch of the Christchurch Living Advent Calendar, the King's Arms in Christchurch, which has seen Christchurch Rotary and BCP events team working together. I've visited Bournemouth University Talbot campus with special focus on the new and impressive Poole Gateway building. I've attended the opening of new halls at the Arts University Bournemouth. I've attended and spoke at the launch of the Citizens Advice Outreach Vehicle. That was the launch of that vehicle in the Triangle recently. I've attended the High Sheriff of Dorset's Law Service in Dorchester, and I continue to be honoured to be working on the High Sheriff's Working Group on his Harmony in Dorset project, and on that occasion I was accompanied by the Mayor of Poole. I attended with the Mayor of Bournemouth at the launch of the Bournemouth Arts Festival by the Sea. Brings us on to agenda item 6, public issues. There are no public issues. Thank you. Public questions. First question. Susan Stockwell has submitted a public question on littering emanating from licensed premises. Ms Stockwell, would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Dove will respond.
Testing.
Loud and clear.
Does this council consider littering emanating from licensed premises a matter of public nuisance, whether for alcohol licensing or takeaway licensing? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Stockwell. Could I ask Councillor Dove to respond?
Thank you, and I'd really like to thank Ms Stockwell for her question. The prevention of public nuisance is one of the licensing objectives for all licensed premises, including alcohol sales and late night refreshments. This would include takeaways operating after 11 p.m. and would include litter. Licensed premises, particularly those operating after 2300 hours and into the early morning, may affect people living or working in the vicinity of these premises. So therefore, we would expect that the applicant's operating schedule would contain practical steps to prevent potential disturbances to local residents, and this would include litter in the immediate vicinity. In some instances, litter emanating from licensed premises may be as a result of failure by businesses to comply with the duty of care obligations to ensure that suitable waste collection arrangements are in place. Where this should happen, the Council is piloting a scheme where an enforcement company called WISE will engage with businesses to work alongside the Council and to make improvements where necessary. And this would include engagement with licensed premises to ensure that they comply with these obligations. Should they fail to do so, fixed penalty notices can be issued where appropriate. Chair, I'd like to ask that a written response is provided to the question to Ms Stockwell with my response.
Public questions B. We have Vicky Spence has submitted a public question on 5G masks. Ms Spence, would you like to ask your question? Councillor Broadhead will respond.
How are residents near Culliford Crescent supposed to be able to object about a 5G mast going barely metres from their homes and affecting other homes further up the hill when all have been pretty much isolating since March 2020? Residents were not informed and homes are now blighted by an unsightly 18-metre mast towering over them. I only found the yellow planning notice after it had been erected, and the web link went to a blank page. The phone number was an old Poole Council phone number. How are we to find out information when the information supplied is wrong?
Thank you, Ms Spence. I'll invite Councillor Broadhead to respond.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thank you to Vicky Spence for her question. The 5G mast proposal near Culliford Crescent was subject to the required statutory notification following the submission of the application in June 2021. We need to look further into why residents didn't submit comments to the proposal, but all statutory requirements regarding publicity were carried out as they always are. An objection to the application was received from a ward councillor representing their residents, raising issues that were then considered in the assessment of the application. Unfortunately, due to the way the permitted development regime operates, the Council is bound by a strict process within which to determine 5G mast applications. Whilst fully sympathising with the concerns raised in the question, this application was ultimately determined to be in accordance with the legislation. We are, however, always reviewing how applications are notified and will continue to ensure that any issues raised will be looked at further to ensure that the Council's notification procedures remain robust and engaging for residents. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Public question C. Dr David Young has submitted a public question on 5G masts. Dr Young, would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Broadhead will respond.
Thank you, Chairman. Since 5G masts are sprouting up all over the boroughs, can the BCP Council please undertake to extend the safety monitoring of electromagnetic radiation that it's already doing in the Lansdowne area throughout the BCP area to ensure that no one's exposed beyond the maximum recommended level for technologies using frequencies over 2 gigahertz in public spaces, as outlined by the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask for Councillor Broadhead to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Dr. Young for your question. 5G masts aren't just sprouting up all over the BCP area, but rather the whole world. Indeed, many other cities and towns of comparable size, even in this country, are now further ahead in the rollout than we are. When we launched our own 5G network, we took the steps, as Dr. Young pointed out, of monitoring the levels to give assurance to the small number of people who remain worried about this proven technology. These are publicly available and show that all the levels are not just within the limits, but very obviously so. We don't have the capacity, funding, nor indeed the mandate to monitor those of all of the other providers. However, the useful readings from our own equipment do prove that the levels are minimum and well below the recommended guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. We now move to section B, which is statements. First statement is from Philip Stanley Watts, as a statement that he wishes to make on tree protection. Mr. Stanley Watts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What was the tragic loss of trees, hedgerows at West Parley, just outside the BCP area? There needs to be a natural environment heritage protection order within the planning process, which could be like the legislation within the listing process for this country's built heritage. Then there are TPOs. But is those robust enough within the planning framework for the protection of trees?
Thank you for your statement, Mr. Stanley Watts. Alexander McKinstry has a statement that he wishes to make on city status for Bournemouth. Mr. McKinstry?
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, thank you.
I deplore the decision by Bournemouth's Charter Trustees to recommend the town for city status. Residents have not been formally consulted on this. When the Echo suggested on the 9th of June that Bournemouth might apply for city status, the comments beneath that article were overwhelmingly negative. The prospective drawbacks to city status would be very numerous. Landlords would start charging city rents, high-rise and high-density development would increase, while Poole and Christchurch would be relegated, potentially, to mere decorative outposts. I hope all councillors will consider these points, therefore, before voting on item 10 of this evening's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. McKinstry. Tina Cresswell has a statement that she wishes to make on the big plan. She is unable to attend and has confirmed that she would like her statement read out. So I will call upon the Chief Executive, please, to read it out.
Thank you, Chairman. The statement from Tina Cresswell reads as follows. The utopian and fanciful big plan for ambitious commercial development in the BCP area has set puny and underwhelming targets for carbon emissions and no target at all to remedy the appalling sewage contamination of BCP beaches. This is at odds with the rosy image of the future as presented in the big plan. There is no target for tree planting, home insulation, wind power, or provision of a community energy system generating low-carbon electricity. BCP, please try harder.
Thank you, Chief Executive. We now move to petitions. None have been received for this meeting. Agenda item 7, questions from councillors. For this council meeting, we have a substantial number of questions from councillors, and I'm obliged to keep this section of the meeting to 30 minutes in accordance with the Constitution. I would just like to point out that in accordance with the Constitution, the 3-minute rule applies only to speeches and not to replies to questions. I would still wish this section to run for only 30 minutes. Supplementary questions are available for councillors to respond directly to reply the portfolio holder has afforded them, but these questions must be indeed questions, not statements, and emanate from the reply just given. I will stop any further dialogue if it does not bring further clarity directly to the issue and immediate subject matter of the original question. First question is from Councillor Farquhar. I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mike Green on Folkestone Station. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your indulgence in allowing this question to be asked at this particular meeting. Unfortunately, it was supposed to be asked on the 14th of September. Unfortunately, the 30 minutes rule which you referred to was overrun by the fact that the answers to 7 of the 13 questions, I'm sure this brings some clarity.
Could you please ask your question now, Councillor Farquhar? Thank you.
Certainly. My question actually refers to a question which I actually asked on the 5th of January. It's by way of reminder of that question. It was what documented efforts has the portfolio holder taken to secure funding from the Council or elsewhere? This is when I brought to the Council's attention the fact that SWR was short on their budget for the installation of accessibility lifts at Folkestone Station. 80,000 people is estimated within BCP to suffer from accessibility needs.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Farquhar.
May I make a point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Which point of order are you making, Councillor Green?
The point of order is to ask you, and I ask for help from the monitoring officer to identify exactly where it is, as to whether the questions that have been submitted are in advance are the only ones that are allowed to be asked, other than a supplementary, because as far as I see it, this is not the question that was asked.
A perfectly valid point. Could I ask the monitoring officer, please? The question needs to be submitted in advance as to be asked within a certain period. Has this particular question failed to reach that criteria? Councillor Farquhar, would you like to repeat concisely exactly the question that you submitted, please?
Thank you, Chair. As invited by yourself, I was trying to provide some clarity. I'll read out the question which has been submitted. The clarity which I was trying to bring was the question which I asked on the 5th of January of this year.
We do really need the question that you've submitted for this session.
As a follow-on from the question I asked at full council on Tuesday the 5th of January, I have waited the constitutionally required 6 months before being allowed to ask this question of the leader of the council. Following the discussions with the Department of Transport, aided by the Member of Parliament for Bournemouth East, will the council commit to match funding the budgets in the public domain from South Western Railway and Network Rail for the installation and commissioning of the long overdue accessibility lifts at Folkestone for Boscombe Station in the ward which I am proud to represent? If so, when and how much? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the question, which has been confirmed by the Chief Executive was the one submitted in advance. So, Councillor Mike Green, I feel you will respond to this question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank Councillor Farquhar for his submitted question. This is a subject that's been high on my agenda for a number of years, following the excellent and successful campaign led by Councillor Andy Jones, which resulted in the obligation for lifts at Folkestone Station to be included as a requirement for the South Western Railways franchise. Several meetings have been held between the BCP Council leadership, South Western Railways, Network Rail and the MP for Bournemouth East, Tobias Elwood, to consider the various options ahead. And officers are now working closely in partnership with both those organisations towards anticipated improvements to Folkestone Railway Station. It's hoped that these improvements will include not only the fully accessible lifts,
but other enhancements too. Over the last few months, at BCP's request, South Western Railways and Network Rail have been working on a business case that identifies the scope of the project and the relative funding positions for each of the partners. Technical work is continuing alongside this. I'm delighted to confirm that at the next Cabinet meeting on November the 24th, I will be seeking approval for up to £2.6 million from the Futures Fund set up by this Conservative administration to be allocated as a potential contribution from BCP Council. This is to cover the shortfall from partners who themselves have identified, subject to their own internal approvals, that they will contribute a total of £3.1 million. I understand that Councillor Farquhar is new to this, but sure he will be delighted that after so many years of operator delay, it looks like all the work done by his colleague, Councillor Andy Jones, is finally close to bearing fruit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Cooper, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mark Anderson on the long groin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hopefully a bit more straightforward. Can the Cabinet member explain why the long groin has been secured to prevent access, and how secure is it? And following on from that, can the Cabinet member tell me what is happening with the future of the long groin? Thank you.
Councillor Anderson, Mark, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to thank Councillor Cooper for his question. The upgrade, replacement of the long groin forms part of the current Poole Bay Beach Management Scheme, for which we secured 36 million funding last year. Initial structural investigations undertaken to help inform condition, assessment and design parameters revealed significant voiding within the existing structure. On completion of these investigations, it was deemed appropriate to prevent access along the groin due to the health and safety risk posed by the potential movement or collapse of the structure. As for any maritime structure like this, erecting safety barriers, etc., is extremely difficult, as it is easily damaged during storm periods. The method adopted was designed and erected in liaison with BCP Council's insurance personnel to make sure the balance of security and signage was acceptable. No member of the public could access past the gate and associated signage without being fully aware of the risk, and it would take significant effort to do so. At present, ground investigations, boreholes, etc., are due to start this month to inform design conditions. We are planning to go to tender in March-April 2022 on design and build contract, with the design phase being undertaken next year and construction starting in spring 2023. Due to environmental licence constraints, as well as being a sensible programme for maritime construction, the build will take place during the summer months, aimed for completion in autumn 2023. It is also important to remind the Council that we will not significantly change the length or alignment of the groin. It will be more about rebuilding to make structurally sound and increasing the height to allow for future sea rise. It is also to bring up to date the understanding of rock stability to ensure an appropriate design for future storm events. There is some consideration for slight adjustment to the angle of the groin to optimise sediment retention to the west. However, this would pose risk to exposing harsher wave climate to Medford Spit and the Christchurch Harbour entrance. I'd also like to add that the long groin has served us well, as it was built in the 1940s. In fact, it was built in 1940, and I think for a 60-year-old structure, it's done very well. Thank you,
Thank you for your comprehensive answer. Councillor Coop?
Yeah, can I thank
you
the
indicated
Cabinet,
you want the supplementary.
Yeah, can I thank the Cabinet member for that explanation, but just to reiterate that he is sure that the groin is as secure as we can, so that nobody can access it, except for, obviously, we can do what we can.
Thank you for that. Can you reassure us, Councillor?
Thank you, John. Yes, I can reassure Councillor Coop, and I have mentioned the security in my answer, so I won't repeat it.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Councillor Anne Stribley, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mike Green on the mayoral cars. Councillor Stribley.
I beg your pardon. In my ward, the Liberal Democrats have been circulating a leaflet to all and sundry stating that this council...
This is a question.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
This council has spent a vast amount of money on 2 mayoral limousines. Is this true, is my question.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. And turned the page too quick, didn't I? Councillor Mike Green, you're willing to respond to that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank Councillor Stribley for her question. I've seen the leaflet to which Councillor Stribley refers. It takes the form of a multiple choice survey and features the names and pictures of 3 Liberal Democrat councillors. It says, the Conservative-led council has recently spent £90,000 on 2 new mayoral limos and asked residents, how do you rate this as value for money for Poole taxpayers? Appalling waste, poor value, good value, or excellent use of funds? It's a shame that the authors didn't add a further option, asking residents if they thought it might be simply a Liberal Democrat lie. When the Conservatives inherited the draft fleet replacement strategy from the previous Liberal Democrat-led administration a year ago, it was, to say the least, wholly inadequate, planning to replace a tiny fraction of our 600-odd vehicles with their electric equivalents. I'm delighted to note that the strategy we approved increased this to around a third of replacements to be with ultra-low emissions vehicles in the first 3-year phase alone, with anticipation that this will see a large step up again in the following 3 years. In addition, we've replaced the diesel used by the non-electric fleet with a fully sustainable alternative drop-in fuel made from hydrogenated vegetable oil, and the net result is a predicted reduction in our fleet's carbon emissions of more than 90%. In the correct financially prudent way, the strategy identified all vehicles that would reach end of life during the period and what, if replaced like for like, the cost would be. It was explained carefully to everyone at this overview and scrutiny meeting.
Councillor Green, could I just halt you there? We have a hand up for a point of order, I understand.
Point of order. I understood, Chair, that the question was going to be answered. This doesn't seem relevant.
Thank you for that observation. Can we have the answer, please, Councillor Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shall I start that paragraph again, Mr. Chairman? Yeah. Well, actually, let us just continue. That in the correctly financially prudent way, the strategy identified all vehicles that would reach end of life during the period and what, if replaced like for like, the cost would be. It was explained carefully to everyone at the overview and scrutiny meeting, which discussed the strategy, that this did not mean that individual purchases would go ahead. Maybe the Liberal Democrats present either did not listen or did not understand that simple fact. Or maybe it's telling too that out of a £31 million strategy, which forms a massive step forward in the Council's objective to become carbon neutral by 2030, they chose to focus all their energy on this one budget line and almost none on the other 99.7%.
Could I have the precise answer to that question, please? Because I'm assuming that Councillor Earl is raising the same point of order as before.
Councillor Neil. Certainly, sir. Just to confirm to everyone then, the line in the Liberal Democrat leaflet which says that BCP Council has recently spent £90,000 on 2 new mayoral limos is completely false. Was it written knowingly or unknowingly? I know what I think.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for the answer to the question.
May I have a supplemental?
Yes, if it's pertinent and concise, please.
It is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Green for his response and ask him, what action do you think this council should take regarding members who are either responsible for or complicit in circulating deliberate untruths, i.e. downright lies?
This is a question to the portfolio holder on the mayoral cars.
It is a question to the portfolio holder, Chairman, on this issue of mayoral cars when a deliberate lie has been
Councillor
circulated.
Stribley, I'm disinclined to allow that, I'm afraid. Councillor Daniel Butt, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mellor on the Hamworthy seawall. Councillor Butt, could you just hold 1 second? I have 2 hands up. Point of order.
Yeah, I just want to know on what grounds you've disallowed that. What grounds you disallowed that supplementary question, Chair?
Well, from what I presaged earlier is the fact that I didn't feel that it was pertinent to the following on from the question answers given by the portfolio holder. Thank you. Councillor Butt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hamworth is in a dire need of a new seawall along a significant stretch. Can the leader tell me what efforts are underway to find a long-term solution to this problem, which has been brewing for years? Thank you.
Councillor Miller, I understand you'll be commenting on. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, and thank you very much for the question. My colleague Mark Anderson and the Flood and Coastal Erosion Risk Management team have done significant work in this area to both gain an understanding of the level of defects and to discuss a mitigation strategy with the Friends of Hamworthy Park. A maintenance report has been completed for these defects along with a price solution to robustly repair the seawall and the path in its popular location. I thank you personally for raising this issue with me, and I'm delighted to confirm that post your intervention it is this administration's intention to bring forward a capital programme to rectify this situation urgently. We intend to invest in Hamworthy and to ensure we keep investing in Hamworthy, and thank you for your support in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You indicate you have a supplementary.
No, just to thank you, Mr. Chairman, just to thank the Leader of the Council for his answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. No doubt other members have received representations on this subject, albeit that many got caught in the BCP Council's junk mail folder and may not have been read by the intended recipients. At the November 2020 meeting of BCP Council, with the item debated on the 8th of December 2020, the Council passed a motion relating to fireworks. One of the actions required under the motion was for the portfolio holder, which I believe was Councillor Anderson, to write to the government urging them to pass legislation limiting the maximum noise level to 19 decibels for private fireworks displays. Could I be told what action, if any, has been taken to follow up this request and take the concerns further? The motion also requested that the portfolio holder encourage local retailers to stock quieter fireworks, and I would be grateful if it could be confirmed what action has been taken on this. And finally, the motion called for a public awareness campaign on fireworks, but there does not appear to be any record of it having been done so far, as of the time of the question being asked. Can it be confirmed what action has been taken on this and when it took place?
Thank you for your questions there, Councillor Anderson M, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Trent for his question. I received an almost identical question from another councillor in his group via email last week. And as I told her in my response, this isn't my portfolio, as it's really concerned with noise and publicity, which are covered by the enforcement team and communications. But as she wrote to me, I investigated it to prove an answer. First thing I did was I looked up the motion, and I thought it might be useful to remind members as well of what it was about. The motion states that this council resolves A, to require all public firework displays within the local authority boundaries to be advertised in advance of the event, allowing residents to take precautions for their animals and vulnerable people. B, to actively promote a public awareness campaign about the impact of fireworks on animal welfare and vulnerable people, including precautions that can be taken to mitigate risks. C, to write to the UK government urging them to introduce legislation to limit the maximum noise level of fireworks to 90 decibels for those sold to the public for private displays. D, to encourage local suppliers of fireworks to stock quieter fireworks for public display. Interestingly, it appears that 3 of the parts of this question have already been carried out. Responding to these 3, Part A, which is conceivably the only part that is an environment issue. Public fireworks on council land are advertised anyway, and we cannot require those holding displays on private land to publicise, as there is no licence or permit requirement. There was only one fireworks display on council land this November, and that was at Poole. This has been promoted as a lead story in all destination consumer emails, as well as being included in the council's events weekly email. Part B, I have been told the council's comms team was sending out daily social media posts and email news to residents in the build-up to the bonfire night, and I believe the campaign was linked to the national government's campaign on fireworks. I've had several infographics from this campaign that were sent out, and the earliest one that I have being dated the 27th of October. Part D. As part of the national campaign on noise and safety of fireworks, local retailers are already encouraged by our trading standards officers to stock low noise fireworks, whilst they carry out the annual licensing visit to ensure safe storage of pyrotechnics. We have no jurisdiction to require the inclusion of low noise fireworks by retailers, and the trading standards officers report general acceptance of the desirability to stock them. An online check by the trading standards manager recently indicated that the vast majority of local retailers do in fact already stock low noise fireworks. We have also arranged for future licence inspections to include a question on the proportion of sales that relate to low noise fireworks. Again, we have no jurisdiction to require this information, but the feedback from the trading standards officers suggests that retailers are quite cooperative and were willing to assist. So, returning to Part C of the motion, where Councillor Trent believe I am required to write to the government requiring a maximum 90 dB level for fireworks. I would like to reiterate, I was not specified in the motion, and the majority of the comments are not in my portfolio. In fact, no portfolio holder was specified in this motion to do this. Now, referring to the 90 dB as the noise level is, I'm afraid, meaningless unless a minimum distance is specified. This is an area of physics that comes under the inverse square law. So if you double the distance, you halve the case, in this case, the sound. I did ask the environmental health team about stipulating a 90 decibel limit and was told that stipulating a sound pressure level in isolation would not convey a definable or measurable proposal.
Councillor Anderson, it's fascinating, the pure science here, I have to say, and I'm very grateful for the research. If you could perhaps sum up the answer and submit this all in writing would be really helpful to all of us.
Chairman, I'm afraid this is pertinent to the answer. The question asked about what we've done about the 90
Indeed,
decibel
thank you.
And I need to explain this as part of the answer.
Thank you.
So if I may, I'll start that paragraph.
Carry on.
Thank you. I did ask Environmental Health about stipulating a 90 decibel limit and was told that stipulating a sound pressure level in isolation would not convey a definable or measurable proposal. And for legislation to be passed that covered all categories of fireworks, including for home displays, the testing regime would need to be specified. On further investigation, I discovered that this is a testing regime currently stipulated under Regulation 8 of the Fireworks Regulations 2004, which for Category 3 fireworks, outdoor fireworks with spectator safety distance of at least 25 metres is set at 120 decibels, and a sound level meter that measures the A-weighted decibels is required. I can, however, confirm that a letter was sent to the government regarding the 90 dB level. I'm not aware of any follow-up to the letter, although I can confirm that action has already been taken on the other three items and has for a while. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Trent, you have a supplementary.
No. Yes, if I can.
We're now on 23 minutes.
I will have to take the portfolio holder's word for the appearance of mentions on social media of fireworks. But the question I would ask about that, which was the final point in my question, is what was the point of sending out a press release on the 4th of November, which would not have appeared in print until the 5th, on fireworks safety?
Thank you for your supplementary question.
Yeah, surely there was the ability to delay one of the regular promotional press releases, which we get several a day, with something that was in the wider public interest. I would like to know why it was so late that was done.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Anderson, can you explain, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Just because Councillor Trent received it on the 4th of November doesn't mean it was sent on the 4th of November. I would also add that things have been sent out by the communications team earlier, and as I said, the earliest that I have seen was it started being sent out on the 27th of October. Now, if you start to send it out too early, then people are going to forget about it, so you need to give it in a suitable period. And again, as I've stated, Chairman, I'm not the responsible portfolio holder. I've done this because I thought I was asked the question and I thought I would help answer the question for the member of Councillor Trent's party who wrote to me and who also stipulated in her question to me an almost identical question that Councillor Trent has submitted to me. Now, whether that's coincidental or not, I'm not sure, Chairman, but I think it is, And if he has a question about communications, he might want to address it to the appropriate portfolio next time.
Thank you for your answer, and thank you for the questions, because this is an important debate, I think, for our residents' protection and their concerns, and we've got 11 and a half months or less to get it right next time. Thank you. Councillor Hadley, I understand you have a question to put to Councillor Mark Anderson on sewage.
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder whether you'd take question 8 first, because I believe that one was asked at the last council meeting. Would you take?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Would you take Councillor Allison's question first, because he asked that at the last meeting and didn't get an answer. I wonder whether you could do that one first, given time.
Yes, I will, yes. So can we go to Councillor Allison, please?
Thank you, Chair.
I understand you have a question to put Councillor Rampton on housing for Afghan refugees.
Thank you. In previous months, in response to the ongoing Afghanistan refugee crisis, local authorities across the country have been providing homes and support for refugee families. It's recently been announced that BCP Council will only be taking in one family. Why is our commitment so low in comparison to other similar-sized councils? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rampton, please.
I thank Councillor Anderson for his question. BCP Council are supporting one of the national bridging hotels initiated by the Home Office to provide temporary housing for Afghan refugees. BCP Council has been facilitating a multi-agency effort to support multiple families at the hotel since the 17th of September. The Home Office has provided for accommodation at the hotel, food and basic provisions. The local authority were asked to mobilise support to the families, ensuring they can access statutory and other relevant services and integrate within the community. This support has been provided from children's services, adult social care, housing, schools and education, primary health care, public health and the voluntary sector, and we continue to support many families in this setting. Some of the multi-agency achievements to date are: children start school on the 8th of November. All families are registered with the GP and have been screened for medical needs. A high percentage of adults have been vaccinated for COVID and flu. ESOL classes are in place for adults. DWP have assisted all families to access universal credit and other relevant benefits. The DWP work coaches are now proactively working with families to access work and training. The community and voluntary sector, including Shout Out, the Red Cross and ICN, have played a key role in this effort, providing interpreters, clothing and activities for children. Local businesses, including JP Morgan and AFC Bournemouth, have also offered their support, including running weekly football skills with the children. Prior to these families arriving in the UK, all local authorities were asked to consider assisting in the efforts to provide long-term settled properties for the families. We ran a campaign focusing on private landlords requesting help to deliver this locally. BCP have so far provided one property for a family in October. Another property has since been secured and a family matched to, who are due to arrive at the end of November. A further 2 properties have been identified and the details are being provided to the Home Office. We continue to run our property request campaign on our webpage, social media, our landlord newsletter, and we persist in working on leads for offers of additional accommodation. ICN, International Care Network, are commissioned to provide the resettlement support for families who move into this accommodation for up to 3 years. BCP Council and our partners are committed to playing our part in this national effort.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton, for your answer there. The supplementary, Councillor Rampton. That gives us 3 or 4 minutes left in the remaining part of the session. Councillor Hadley would like to have a question to put to Councillor Mark Anderson on sewage.
Thank you, Chair. With COP26 underway, leaders across the world are discussing urgent actions to mitigate the climate and ecological crisis. This includes the handling of sewage. I'm grateful that a member seminar was organised so Wessex Water could share their position and plans last month. We were told that they are allowed to discharge up to 10 times a year from any outfall, but this is being significantly exceeded, with 44 events logged at 2 local sites in published 2020 data. I am though sorry to learn that our local MPs would not accept changes to regulation, though following the national outcries, the Wessex Water Chief Executive was moved to write to us. Can the portfolio holder please briefly advise what particular measures he is now undertaking to accelerate efforts, given the Wessex Water plan to 2025 seems mostly just to be monitoring the spread of sewage, which fouls our beaches and regularly shuts down our shell fisheries? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Anderson, you have a short opportunity to respond in infinite detail.
Chairman, this is a very technical question. and I have to give Councillor Hadley the whole answer, or it will be meaningless.
I will give you some leeway, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for that support, Councillor Anderson. I would like to thank Councillor Hadley for his question. I'd also like to remind the Council that we have 8 blue flags and award-winning beaches. The Environment Agency is a regulator of Wessex Water in relation to sewage overflows. Although the Council continues to represent the interests of local residents and businesses who remain concerned that the current sewage infrastructure is inadequate for the level of storms and heavy rainfall. The Council's legal responsibilities are centred on the work carried out by environmental health in classifying Poole Harbour's waters for shellfish harvesting, as well as for testing the biological quality of harvested shellfish intended for sale and export. The Council has, on occasion, been required to serve temporary closure notices on the shellfish harvesting sites as a result of sewage outflows. Following such an event in November 2019, when Storm Pablo struck, the Council established the Poole Harbour Sewage Outfall Stakeholders Group. The aim was to influence local infrastructure's investment and national policy in relationship to the spills arising from the storm outflows into the harbour and its tributaries. This strategic group consists of Wessex Water, the Environment Agency, Public Health England, Food Standards Agency, the Centre for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science, the Southern Inshore Fisheries and Conservation Authority and BCP Council. Through this group, the Council and other partners continue to influence and encourage Wessex Water to develop their investment strategy in relationship to sewer and water treatment infrastructure. The Council does not, however, have any regulatory or enforcement powers with regards to sewage outfalls from Wessex Water. In 2020, DEFRA established the Storm Outfalls Task Force comprising of DEFRA, the EA, Ofwat, Consumer Council for Water, Blueprint for Water and Water UK, which aims to establish proposals to reduce the frequency and volumes of storm overflow spills. The Council wrote to DEFRA requesting a local participation in the task force and received a favourable response advising that an invite will be forthcoming, although this has not yet happened and we have sent a reminder. The group also aspires to enable greater information sharing about storm overflow operation and other factors affecting water quality. In order to enable earlier warning where possible, the aspiration is to move away from reactive lab analysis towards dynamic risk assessments, providing real-time data for stakeholders and businesses. A small working party, including the Council, CFAS, Civic and UK HSA, has been formed to develop proposals to develop an innovative data AI sharing within the harbour and coastal settings. It's also worth noting that as Parliament is currently debating this, it will be prudent for us to wait until we have heard until they have finished before we consider what further actions be taken.
Thank you very much, Councillor Anderson. Thank you for that. Is there a supplementary?
No, thank you. In the interest of time, thank you.
Greatly appreciated. Thank you. We managed to come within time. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how much time you got left, but I wasn't...
We're 4 minutes over now.
I think possibly with the absence of your Vice Chair, I wasn't given an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. Is there time to do so now?
We have expired by 4 minutes, Councillor.
Understood, Chair.
I beg your pardon. Thank you so much. Brings us to agenda item 8, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. Council is asked to consider the recommendations which will be taken separately as set out on the agenda. I would like to highlight there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies and are therefore not before the Council. Item 8A, Licensing Committee, 16th September 2021, minute number 18, Sexual Establishment Policy. We have had consultations on this large piece of work that the chairperson of the Licensing Committee needs to deliver in full detail. So I've been minded to allow 5 minutes for this. So Councillor Butt, if you would...
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'm extremely grateful to your latitude. Members, the matter before us this evening is to consider the first BCP Council sex establishment policy. This policy has been on quite a journey to get here today. I begin with the legislation that provides for the same. Sex establishment premises are regulated and licensed under Schedule 3 of the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act 82. This originally provided for licensing of sex shops and sex cinemas and was amended by Section 27 of the Police and Crime Act 2009 to extend the scope and to include sexual entertainment venues. By having a policy under this legislation, BCP Council can regulate the operation of any sex establishment within BCP conurbation and can control the number and location. I continue with the chronological journey of this document to date. On the 10th of December 2020, the full licensing committee was presented with the first draft policy, which included various proposals. This was duly considered and amended to specify area characteristics, which would be considered for any application, and the option to set a numerical limit on the number of sexual entertainment venues was removed by the full committee from the draft policy. A motion was then put forward to full council to adopt the legislation for BCP area and send the draft document out for public consultation. On the 4th of January 2020, the public consultation commenced for 4 weeks. On the 5th of January 2021, I beg your pardon, it was the 2021 on the 4th of January, I moved back. On the 5th of January 2021, full council approved the recommendation to adopt Schedule 3 of the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Act 82, as amended by the Police and Crime Act 2009. On the 29th of March 2021, the first member workshop took place to consider the consultation feedback in detail and public sector equality issues and the ongoing quality impact and needs assessment process. The outcome of this workshop was the officers would seek engagement with those involved within local sexual entertainment venues, and local crime statistics would be examined to establish if there was any local evidence of crimes associated with the current BCP licensed venues. Amendments were suggested to the policy. On the 19th of May 2021, the Licensing Committee considered the public consultation results in detail and recommendations were put forward by the member workshop. The member workshop agreed that further targeted public consultation with questions separating the types of venues was required. On the 16th of June 2021, the second round of public consultation commenced for 4 weeks. On the 29th of June, there was an all-member briefing giving all 76 elected members an opportunity to be informed about this policy, raise questions, and contribute to the process being followed. On the 10th of August, a second member workshop took place, which considered feedback from the second round of consultation, dancer responses, and crime and disorder statistics. None of the dancer feedback highlighted any concerns relating to their working environment, and there were no statistical evidence from Dorset Police to support feedback comments alleging links to violent crime and disorder or sexual offences linked to venues. There were no further recommended changes to the policy at that time. On the 16th of September, the full Licensing Committee heard questions and statements from the public, and from Councillors Poole, Dunlop, Filer, Lewis, Moore and Northover. The committee considered these and all the public feedback, dancer responses and the equality impact assessment, which was referred to at every member workshop to ensure a thorough and detailed consideration of all equality impacts. The equality impact assessment had been signed off by the Equality's Quality Assurance Panel, a new step in ensuring that Council meets its statutory duties in full. This document demonstrates the Council's compliance with the public sector equalities duty and follows the Brown Principles, as stated by Sam Johnson, BCP Policy and Performance Manager, who attended the Licensing Committee meetings and many other briefings during the SEC journey to full Council today. The Licensing Committee have comprehensively discussed and interrogated the report and appended policy, and have amended and improved it throughout its journey to here this evening. At our last meeting of 16th of September, we agreed the following and final amendments and comments in respect of the policy. These are set out in detail in the report at 8A. Ergo, the changes to the document were agreed as follows. To use gender-neutral terminology throughout the document, to replace the phrase grandfather rights with acquired rights. Add wording to give dancers encouragement and raise issues and concerns within any venues. Clarification on local characteristics and proximity. I am on the last page, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your patience. Lastly, that retention of CCTV footage referred to in paragraph 30 be amended to required retention of 90 days and not 31 days as set out. However, this is now subject to the following further amended recommendation as follows. Mr Chairman, the Licensing Committee request that the following amendment to the final draft sex establishment policy as submitted before Council today is agreed by Council. Thus, the Licensing Committee on the 16th of September agreed to increase the retention period for CCTV footage with sexual entertainment venues from 31 to 90 days. I can confirm that all members of the full Licensing Committee have been consulted on this amendment and that all members agreed that the CCTV footage retention period should be amended back to 31 days and not 90 days, as agreed on the 16th of September and reflected in the minutes as presented today. The reason, although in theory it was an extremely good idea, officers have subsequently received further advice that this change goes against the principles of GDPR and the guidance issued by the Information Commissioner's Office, which states that personal information should be deleted as soon as is practical. For domestic users, this is 14 days, and for commercial users such as ourselves, this is 31. The BCP Council CCTV Manager and the Crime Prevention Officer for Dorset Police have both confirmed with me that they agree that 31 days is reasonable and any longer would breach ICO rules. Full assurance is given that if any incidents occur at any venue, officers will always download any CCTV images and save a copy for action. This then gives any person plenty of time to come forward if they so wish, regarding any incidents. The draft policy presented today reflects this amendment. I take this opportunity, Mr Chairman, to thank the Licensing Committee members, the licensing team officers, for all their efforts and contributions in the creation of this rather complex policy. To conclude, Mr Chairman, the sexual establishment policy, as agreed by the full Licensing Committee, sets out a robust framework for making decisions on sexual establishments, and it provides strict conditions for all venues in order to keep dancers, staff, customers and the public safe. Mr Chairman, I so propose the above draft sexual establishment policy as amended, as stated at 8A, and ask that my Vice Chair, Councillor Julie Bagwell, so seconds. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Councillor Bagwell, I understand you are invited to second the move.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I definitely second that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have indication of members who wish to... Councillor Dunlop. Can I just remind that the 3-minute rule applies to these speeches?
Violence against women and girls is an epidemic. 2 women are killed every week and 500,000 are raped every year. Pornhub shows easily accessible videos of females being beaten, choked and generally abused. Many of them are underage. Teenage boys suck it up on their mobiles and sexual abuse is commonplace at school. Girls face an intolerable level of harassment on a daily basis. The normalisation of porn culture by the sex industry, which dehumanises women as sex objects to be enjoyed by men, drives this epidemic. Whether these are legal activities or not, they undermine everything this Council says about women's equality, safety and our values in society. Sexual objectification of women, as practised in sexual entertainment venues, is directly linked to sexual and domestic violence. It's recognised as an international level by the legally binding United Nations Convention to eliminate discrimination against women, which calls upon states to take action against objectification. And we could have done our bit. Not to be confused with the Licensing Act, which explicitly excludes sex establishments and requires evidence of undermining. The legislation that applies to SEVs gives local authorities extensive powers. Simply put, a council needs no evidence of anything in order to decide that the objectification and exploitation of women does not reflect its values. The Licensing Committee had the power to say no, and the authority to accept the view of the female respondents who told you very clearly, 95% in fact, that we are vehemently opposed to these clubs with good reasons based on our safety and equality. The power of sex establishment legislation makes it possible to say no location is suitable. So with my Culture and Vibrant Places hat on, developing an area, I could quite reasonably object to an SEV licence renewal because I'm creating a family identity and men buying sexual services from women doesn't quite fit. Not anymore. This policy is giving acquired rights to the existing clubs, which actually exempts them from the powers we have to use locality as a tool to control them for 5 years. The law also says that new applicants cannot be treated any differently to existing clubs. So now that we've put a sign up that reads "Strip Clubs Are Us" by not setting a limit, what do we think is going to happen when we try to apply locality to new applicants? So this policy is basically saying any location, anywhere, in any ward, any number of venues that exist for the sole purpose of exploiting, objectifying women are welcome in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. Mr Chairman, for all those reasons, I cannot give support to this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Any further contributions? Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a member of the Licensing Committee, but I was not on the working group that looked in detail at this policy. When we reviewed it, I abstained from supporting the changes. In particular, whilst we heard that the dancers were comfortable with the arrangements to get them safely home, other women, including 2 serving councillors, recounted that they feel very unsafe in the vicinity of these venues. And I was concerned, as the majority of the consultees were, at the removal of the cap on the number of establishments. I will therefore be abstaining from supporting adoption of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Moore, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Could I just explain that when this policy was discussed at licensing, I sent in a written statement in objection, and I know that the Licensing Committee have done a huge amount of work, subsequently approved the policy, and we have the amendment before us tonight. However, for me, my initial objections still stand, so I won't be supporting this tonight, and I will be voting against. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. There's another hand. Was there another hand prior? Councillor Farquhar, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'd like to thank Councillor Dunlop for summing up on the views of many members here, I'm sure, so succinctly. I think this policy, I sit on the Licensing Committee myself, yes, it is within the law, but sometimes the law is wrong, particularly as regards acquired rights. This is the wrong message. It is not in support and solidarity with women and girls, and it's certainly not the message that we want to send from BCP Council. So therefore, I will be voting against the adoption of any SEV policy.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Further contributions? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I sent in a statement against at the time, and I totally endorse everything that Councillor Dunlop has said. I'm totally behind it, and I will not be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Rampton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I understand there are very strong feelings and emotions about this particular policy, but we can't base objections on any moral grounds. It simply can't be taken into consideration by the licensing authority. These venues are lawful to operate, they are regulated, there has been consultation. There's no evidence, or no apparent evidence of trafficking, coercion or exploitation, and there's no evidence or reports of assaults or violence linked to any of the 3 licensed venues. There is a very robust EQIA, which proves that council are compliant with the PSED, Public Sector Equality Duty. So on that basis, I will be supporting the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Councillor Wilson, I think you had your hand.
Cheers, thank you. I haven't really been involved in the policy process, but purely based on the speech that Councillor Dunlop gave this evening, I'll be voting against it. And I think that it's not just solely based on moral, I think it's not solely based on moral evidence. I think there are other evidentials behind it. And yeah, I'll be voting against. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any other contributions, please? I'll give the opportunity to the proposer to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Yes, I accept the high passions that have been iterated this evening, and I also accept that Councillor Dunlop's statement certainly does put worries on the table, but these worries are not those in the locale. We have to provide for Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, and we have done our very best through a very, very long journey in order to do that. I'm rather sad to hear that our young councillor didn't feel he could involve himself in the process. I know that the licensing team and myself and my good vice chair did everything we could to ensure that every councillor had every opportunity to involve themselves, and I think in that I can only thank those councillors who came forward with their concerns on the day and put forward. Sandra Moore, Councillor Poole, lots of councillors here did actually have the courage to come along and tell me what they thought. But again, as Councillor Rampton says, a lot of this is down to morality in its opinion and conjecture, and a lot of it isn't. But as far as the licensing committee is concerned, or the majority of the licensing committee, we hear that 2 of our members are to abstain for the reasons given, which is perfectly acceptable. This sexual establishment policy, as agreed by the licensing committee, again sets out a very, very robust framework for making decisions, for the BCP to make decisions on the sexual establishment, and it provides extremely strict conditions, and those conditions will be applied. It is there to keep the dancers safe, the staff safe, the customers safe, and most of all, I think the biggest issue that I'm hearing from the House is to keep the public safe. And it does that. It is a Ron Seal policy. It does exactly what it says on the tin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. This is where we move to the vote. Normally, I would propose it may be by consensus, but there may be too close to call, so we may have to go to the vote. Show of hands. Could I ask for a vote of consensus at this point?
Recorded vote, if we go to...
if 25% of the room asks for it, it will be recorded. 17 is 25%.
No, it's failed. No.
Thank you for that. So it will be by a vote of show of hands. Can I have those in agreement, please? Those 4. Can we count? If you keep your hands up, please, we count. No, it's not recorded because we didn't reach the core rate to 25%.
Could you ask Councillor to show that hold the hands higher?
Hold your hands higher, please, on this side. Thank you.
Councillor Haynes.
May Haynes.
How did you get? How did you get? Richard. 31. Sorry, who's?
John Beasley. Williamson, Roberta Rocker.
So it's 4 more to the 5, 35. 38. Sorry, could we ask for people to show their hands again, please? The number. Could we stand up, Martin?
Please, if it's okay.
I can see those line up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 35. 33. 35. The number, everybody. 35, yeah, 35.
Thank you. Those against, please. Probably a few stand as well would help everybody. Thank you. 14 against, and the abstentions, please. Thank you. So that's successful. Thank you. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like my vote against recorded for the minutes, if you please.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you.
That was carried for clarity and the record. Thank you for that debate, members. Item 8B, Cabinet 29th September 2021, minute number 55, accelerating regeneration and investment in the BCP area. Councillor Broadhead, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then I'll call for Councillor Mellor to second the move. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I will try and be brief, considering the late hour already. Earlier on this year, we took a paper and made proposals through the budget to accelerate regeneration across the whole of BCP area, and in that budget we put an initial 1.75 million into that task. I'm now really pleased that we're getting on with that in earnest. We've identified at the very least around 16 sites and around £3 billion of gross development value of regeneration, a lot of it indeed concentrated in the rejuvenation of Poole, which we've highlighted in our big plan. But of course that's not the sole aim of what we're trying to do with regeneration. I'm really pleased that the Future Places Urban Regeneration Company that we've now set up is up and running with some really talented staff, and they're putting stewardship, patient capital and placemaking at the centre of our regeneration aspirations going into the future, and I'm really proud of the work that they're already achieving. Indeed, because, Chairman, they're already achieving, we are now increasing the budget, which is what this recommendation is asking for permission for, by an additional 3.404 million of additional resources into the regeneration programme, which is a fraction of a percent of that £3 billion of regeneration gross development value. But we are now starting to incur costs on the ground, such as site surveys, ecological surveys, which is precisely what you need to do to actually deliver regeneration. That's a reason for a recommendation. I hope to get support from the Council. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Mellor, I understand you wish to second.
Formally second, Chair, and reserve my right to speak later in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I open up to members, please, your contributions, observations? Councillor Cobb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The recommendation is pretty innocuous and apparently very welcome. Spending £3.5 million on regeneration, who wouldn't oppose that? Well, I would for a start, because anyone would who actually worries about where the £3.4 million is coming from. When the current administration is overspending and failing to make the reduced savings that it had budgeted for, that it itself had budgeted for, it's time to stop and to think. The proverbial credit card has come out, and they're expecting future generations to pay for their own vanity projects. All I've asked for, again and again, is not necessarily that we don't do this. What I'm asking for is to stop and think, because at the moment the finances are showing a deficit, and if we're not to get into trouble later on, then we're going to struggle. And I cannot, and anyone with any concern as to who is going to pay for this at the end of the day, cannot accept spending funds that we simply haven't got. I seem to remember that it was a famous mantra of a certain former Prime Minister, a Conservative Prime Minister, that wanted to balance the books. Clearly this has been abandoned by the Conservatives in this chamber and in other places. So I'm afraid I cannot support this spending. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Any other contributions, please? Councillor Howell, are you indicating? Yes, thank you. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, in general, I'm supportive of the measures in this paper, as it's really important that we do progress the regeneration agenda. It's also, however, crucially important that we actually have proper governance in relation to these matters. You know, we've seen again recently that, you know, the Conservative Party is the party of corruption and cronyism. And it's really important that we give confidence to investors and the public and future residents that, firstly, that if there is a change of administration, as some of us obviously hope there will be, that this will continue into the future, and secondly, that the internal governance of the organisation will be proper. And when the Unity Alliance was in control, we opened up the BDC board to the Conservatives. for that purpose, but that hasn't been reciprocated in relation to the URC, and it's proposed that just the leader and the deputy leader in terms of councillors are on that board. So I'd like to propose an amendment, which I'll just read out. In the interests of promoting, if the computer doesn't come up with stupid messages, in the interests of promoting confidence in the governance of the URC amongst the public, developers, investors and future residents, the Council requires one board position to be offered to one of the opposition groups. Thank you.
We're just making notes, Councillor Howell. Under section, did you say section 25? It's an acceptable amendment to add to the recommendation. Do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Earl. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, happy to second.
Thank you. To assist the proposer, are you going to, do you have that set out? Thank you.
I'm just suggesting.
So just going to change the words to a recommendation rather more than a statement. Please bear with us, members. We may need a short adjournment because we have to understand that the constitution of the board.
I think the issue is any amendment should at least relate to the content of the paper that went to the Cabinet for which the recommendation has come from. So we just need to confirm that there is a sort of link back to that original paper.
Do you have your microphone, Councillor? Please.
Sorry, certainly in the OMS, I forget whether it's the leader or the portfolio holder who presented it, but it was confirmed that in there that the leader and the portfolio holder would be the two representatives on the board. And then therefore I think it is reasonable for us to make this amendment.
Chairman,
if I could
make a point of order which I think references the Chief Exec's point. The Councillor Howell is referring to I believe, a different regeneration paper. We took two papers through which we are considering in this cycle. The first one, which was in September, which dealt with specifically the regeneration function and the additional money that we're putting in the regeneration function. The point that Councillor Howell is making was actually raised when we're taking through the commissioning plan and the business plan for future places. It's an entirely different Cabinet paper and therefore not part of this recommendation, and therefore for that reason I don't think it's an acceptable amendment to be putting forward. It's an entirely different paper.
Thank you for that clarity, Councillor Broadhead. We're just examining the commissioning paper. Councillor Howell. Councillor Howell, for clarity, please.
Yeah, I mean, the business plan is referenced in this document. The business plan states the makeup of the board. I don't see what the issue is here. you know, I don't see why the administration should be wanting to kind of push this away as a motion. I mean, they'll no doubt vote it down anyway, but it seems perfectly in line with the resolution that's in the papers. Thank you.
Chief Executive will address this issue further, or maybe not. Hold your finger down. Maybe not. Do you want to use mine?
Okay, thanks. I think the matter is a perfectly appropriate one to bring to the Council under another form, but to raise it at this point on the agenda, we just need to check that it is actually referenced in that paper, which Susan's asked is currently trying to do. Perhaps not ideal to have it halfway through a meeting at 9 o'clock, so I'm just checking whether that paper does cover it or not.
So is
I
this
think if there is no link into that paper, then we don't have a hook to put it onto the Council agenda, and that's what we just need to check. Broadhead is right. I can't see a link in there. Unless Councillor Howell can direct us to a link in the paper, we'd have to say it's an appropriate item to bring to the Council, but not under this particular item.
Yeah, it does say the business.
Yeah, unless Councillor Howell.
Yeah, unless we can actually find it at this juncture, I'm afraid we'll have to disregard that and continue with that up at a future date with the clarity that Councillor Broadhead has afforded us. So thank you, Councillor Howell. We won't be able to accommodate you at this time. So Councillor Miller, I think you reserved your... Oh, we have Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I'm agreeable for the positive messages of future places, the question to Councillor Cox's point, and we see some other papers coming shortly, and we see the paper with the MTPF indicating an overspend of 12.6 million. So the question is where these funds are coming from, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chairman. May I request, Chair, that you ask members not to talk over the debate that's coming out formally. I'm struggling to hear some of the statements being made, and it's very rude when people are chatting away in the background. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that observation, Councillor Bartlett. I'm not actually in the floor, the well of the chamber, so I'm missing some of that, but I have heard a general hubbub, so it would be respectful and certainly assist everybody if you could please not speak, except when asked to do so by me. Thank you for that observation. If there are no other comments, Councillor Mellor reserved his right to... Councillor Howell, yes.
No, the Chair asked if I could identify the place in the papers where this is relevant, and I would say that it is point 46.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
One second, Councillor. But 1 second. We're just... Thank you. 1 second.
significantly no decision coming out of that.
No, I'm sorry, Councillor Howell, we won't be able to accommodate you in this case. There's HR considerations and officers, the officer structure. Thank you for guiding us towards point 46, but it's impractical too.
Well, that's the officer structure of the URC, so it doesn't do with the directorship.
Okay, thank you for your efforts, Councillor Howell. We won't be able to accommodate you at this time. Councillor, I understand you have reserved your rights earlier before the proposer sums up.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that, for Chair and officers. I'm personally delighted to have been involved in this work, and I'm particularly delighted in the calibre of the people we've been able to attract to this role, and I think that's a testament to the quality of the place that we represent and the opportunity that's before us. And we're now absolutely delighted in the calibre of the conversations we're seeing about some of the opportunities we've got and some of the area that we have in a way that we haven't been able to attract that calibre before. So it's absolutely the right thing, in my mind, to further fund this team of people. There are a myriad of opportunities to fund this investment, and it's an investment in our future, and this administration is adamant we will fund our future and we will fund the priorities that we have now, as we're proving, in our 3.8 million on cleaner, greener, safer. We do have, significant funds and resources at our disposal. I believe a colleague opposite, you display and continue to display the same limited understanding of council finances as your predecessor in the role as, finance lead for the UA. And you show your lack of thought in this area and your lack of confidence in our area. And I'm happy that that's a point of difference. I'm happy that's a point of difference between us. And for your comment, I'll come back to it later. Okay. This is, getting back to what we're actually talking about, this is exactly what we envisaged when we were talking about the big plan. Something of genuine ambition to move our place forward, bring the best people in the country around our table to support us in delivering, as Councillor Broadhead has rightly said, £3 billion of investment in our area. We are accelerating delivery, but more importantly, we're putting world-class place-making at the heart of what we're doing. So we're moving things forward, but we're not just building, building flats, we're building places, we're building communities, and it's absolutely the heart of the big plan. I thank those involved in getting us to this point. It's been a lot of people, it's been a lot of work, and that work has been led by Councillor Broadhead, in an exemplary fashion. And I'm really excited by what this report says and the next steps. Therefore, Chair, I'm proud to second this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy to sum up, and I'll try and keep it brief. I will actually address some of the issues that have been raised tonight. First of all, my colleagues talked to Councillor Cox about the money situation. It is one thing to talk about saddling the cost onto our residents when, less than a year ago, Councillor Cox proposed a council tax increase, a further council tax increase, which we proposed. It's also, a little on the extreme side, considering we inherited a £50 million deficit, and yet we're still dealing with all of the issues that we're having to deal with in a financially prudent way. And watch this space on the budget coming up, Councillor Cox, is what I will point out. Because what we don't want to do is what he suggested, which is push pause. We heard earlier on about pushing pause on the climate agenda. We don't want to push pause on that. We certainly don't want to push pause on what is, for the future generations of this area, our much needed regeneration. Now is not the time to be pushing pause. More will be revealed in our budget next year. But the idea that we're maxing out the credit card, not dealing with the financial challenges in the future, well, let's just wait and see, Mr. Chairman. To Councillor Howell's point, because I do think it is worth addressing, this was raised at overview and scrutiny in some detail, it was addressed in overview and scrutiny in some detail, and the very same motion was turned down in overview and scrutiny despite that detail, because of that detail that was given. What we have here with Future Places is very, very different to a number of other external companies which the Council interacts with. So, for instance, the Bournemouth Development Company is a joint venture, as my predecessor knows, between the Council and an outside body, and because of that we have continued to have cross-party support on that board, as we do in other forums as well. Future Places is very different. It is a purely council-owned entity, which is what we call a TECL company, and that essentially means it is another council function. Because of that, our main interaction as members can and should come through with the commissioning plan that we brought through in that second paper that I referred to earlier. So our job as politicians and elected members is to direct that company and say what we think it should do and to go with what plans. They come up with the plans, bring it back to us, and that's where the ultimate decision-making is made. For that reason, I think it's very important that the council involvement is in that commissioning stage. What we actually need more of in the actual board member stage of the Teckle company, Future Places, is outside involvement. And actually, the board of that is going to be stacked with external people, non-executive directors, and we're going even a step further and having another advisory board to sit alongside that to bring as much talent in this area as possible. That is a very, very different mechanism to things like the BDC. So that's the only reason it would not be appropriate to have further councillors on that board, because it's just another council function. However, we do continue to have cross-party engagement and support in the commissioning stage of regeneration function. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Broadhead. So if we could now move to the vote. Councillor Howell, you have a point.
Could I just make a correction there, because there's what Councillor Broadhead has said is a bit disingenuous there, because when the Unity
Councillor Howell,
Alliance...
there's no provision in the Constitution for this.
Well, I still think it's necessary to say that when the Unity Alliance was in control, we allowed the Conservatives to sit on Teckle companies, and this is again another, as in the minutes, another example where there is disingenuous statements.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chairman, I'd like to raise a point of order, and I'm sorry I don't have the correct one here, but I would like to use the provision that a councillor be not heard again. I think the disrespect that he's shown the entire chamber and the way in which we expect debates to be continued is appropriate in this case.
I so second.
I'm terribly sorry, Councillor Green. We couldn't catch any of that. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. There is provision in the Constitution, as I understand, that a councillor be not heard on a matter.
Yes.
I think the disrespect which was shown to your chairing and to the council procedure more generally by Councillor Howell's insistence on speaking further when he'd been asked not to means that might be an appropriate measure.
Thank you indeed. Yeah,
Chairman,
that's noted.
Chairman, if I just may point us in the right direction of the Constitution, as 30.34.1. Thank you.
Uh, 34.1, thank you, Councillor Fear. If at any meeting any councillor, in the opinion of the person presiding, misconducts themselves in any way, the person presiding or any other councillor may move that the councillor not be further heard. The motion, if seconded, shall be put and determined without discussion. I propose that you're moving that, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I am.
And you have a seconder?
Yes, I so second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt.
There's no discussion.
Put immediately to the vote, no discussion. Those agreed?
So it goes straight to the vote, so just those in favour?
Yeah. So straight to the vote now, please. To accept the recommendation
Sorry, no,
from...
this is
beg pardon, hold on.
This is...
Right, the vote at this point is for the House to show their agreement that the councillor be not further heard. If we can have a show of hands, please. This is under disorderly conduct by councillors 34.1.
31, are you voting? 32, 33, 34?
I don't.
I've got 35, it's up to you if you want to go.
Yeah.
36.
That's the majority.
36. So, we've got 36. If you can't see Hurdle, so 4 up there.
There's a hand up there.
I've got 36. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Did you count the chairman?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, yes, chairman.
Those against, please.
Abstentions?
Any abstentions, please?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so that's carried. That's carried. Just check it. Is that
Sorry, it's the rest of the meeting. It's been confirmed, Councillor Howe, you will not be able to be heard for the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, well, I have no intention of submitting to that kind of autocratic decision. But
Sorry, the
we'll see how it goes,
Constitution,
shall we?
Councillor Howe.
Chairman.
Not at the moment, Councillor Anderson, thank you. Those are the rules, I'm afraid.
Need to be broken.
yeah?
Just checking 34.1 and 34.3 to see if you may actually be required to leave the meeting, Councillor Howe. It's in my gift, Councillor Howe, and I would wish you to remain.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, can we move to a vote on the substantive motion, please? We're looking for consensus on the recommendation here. All those in favour, please.
People hold their hands higher again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But there's a majority.
There's a majority, that's carried, thank you. Item 8C, Cabinet 29th September 2021, minute number 58.
So, do you want to check?
Pardon, sorry. Could I ask for any abstentions, please? Okay. Oh, sorry. So, a show of against, please.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Farquhar.
Sorry, you did ask for a consensus. I don't think it's necessary to look for abstentions or against.
Exactly, that's why. I do apologise, I got ahead of myself. Please extend my apologies.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we have those in favour. We're now asking for those against, please. Please show.
Sorry? I thought we saw against.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies, councillors. I've been advised that at the group leaders' meetings it has been requested that we should go through the full voting procedure every time we get to a vote so that we can see those that are voting for, those that are voting against and those that are abstaining, and that would give councillors an opportunity if they wish to, as Councillor Farquhar occasionally does, ask for their vote to be recorded. So we will have to carry out that procedure each time we take a vote in future rather than simply looking and see if we've got a majority and therefore carrying it. So apologies. If we could take that vote again so we give people an opportunity to show their hands for those that are for, those that are against and those that are abstaining. We won't record the numbers if there is a clear majority, but we will at least give people a chance to show. So,
Thank you for your understanding, members. So if we can ask for another show of hands, please, for those for, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Those against? And abstentions, please. Councillor Haynes, do you have your hand?
Who's abstaining? Yeah.
That's carried, thank you. Item 8C, Cabinet, the 29th September 2021, minute number 58, cleaner, greener, safer. Councillor Mark Anderson, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Nicola Green to second the move. Councillor Mark Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. The Cleaner, Greener, Safer paper has gone through ONS and Cabinet to be scrutinised, and this expenditure has been recommended by Cabinet. So tonight, I'm asking you to support the final part that Cabinet has recommended to Council, that is the additional £514,000 of expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Green, you wish to?
Thank you, Chairman. I probably shan't be quite so quick as Councillor Anderson, but I'll endeavour not to take up much more of the meeting's time. I'm very happy to second this recommendation coming to Council this evening. Few things matter more to our residents and hence to us as their elected representatives than the condition of our local neighbourhood, towns, villages, the state of the roads, the verges, our parks, gardens and beaches, our shopping areas and the scourge of litter. Indeed, one of our residents took the time to send a statement to read to us this evening, exhorting us to try harder. Our Pride agenda, focused through work under the Cleaner, Greener, Safer banner, looks to recognise and address this, and tonight's paper provides early investment to ensure that a visible difference is made. It's not the whole of the agenda, and much work will follow as we develop our budget for next year, so watch this space. But tonight, we build the platform. I would just like to comment how long the Overview and Scrutiny panel took looking at this paper a few weeks ago, really delving into the detail and raising some excellent points about how we monitor and improve this work which matters to us so much as we go forward. The discussion was wide-ranging, and at least one councillor observed that everyone would agree with the broad principles and overall intentions. Members are, of course, minutely interested in every angle of this, and I imagine will want to continue their scrutiny as we move forward. I'd also like to thank the Council officers who've worked to bring these proposals forward. I know there's a great appetite, they're keen as mustard to be delivering on this work as much as members are. And I would also like to thank Councillor Haynes for her drive and expertise in preparing the Cabinet paper. Consequently, if Council approve this investment this evening and project support is approved, member groups will be established to take the work forward as set out in the paper. There's much more for us to do together, and I ask for Council support in approving the funding. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Any members like to make contribution, please, to the debate? Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I support the general principles of cleaner, greener, safer, as I think I've said at a previous meeting when it was being looked at, that it's all well and good having the ambitions to make the authority cleaner, greener, safer, but there is a disconnect between that and the actual services being delivered. I am daily getting multiple emails about problems within BCP. So although I will support the principles, I really think that particularly the portfolio holders who are overseeing it really look at the quality of service given, and that the cleaner, greener, safer should actually catch up with where we are now, let alone what the ambitions are for the future, because I do believe that we have a serious lacking in some of our services at the moment. The inquiries desk has caused a lot of problems recently, and I've shared some of my concerns about that. So whilst I support the cleaner, greener, safer, I do think there needs to be something done to up the level of public service and response to people's inquiries, and also dealing with things effectively. I would just recount that when some of these issues were being discussed at a previous overview and scrutiny, whilst the meeting was going on, I received an email saying that something that, it's informed, oh yes, this is going to be dealt with under the new system, and I received an email from someone who said, yep, they've come down and they've chopped the grass up and they've chopped all the litter there, and that someone stumped a van on it. So the rhetoric and the reality is seriously disconnected at the moment, and I really think that we need to focus on that before too many flashy press releases and promotional videos about, oh, aren't we doing well? I really think we need to look at the basics. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Any other contributions, please? Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the general thrust of this paper. I've heard many great comments on the imaginative planting in the public park at Hunger Hill, and good quality outdoor space is important for health, as the paper highlights. I have some concerns though. Under item 2, Town Centre Refresh, I'm concerned about the removal of street furniture to improve flow. Good public seating, especially for those infirm on their legs, is important. The increased outdoor cafe seating is reserved for those making purchases, but it's created new pinch points. There have been a number of instances in my ward of public seating and other furniture being removed and not reinstated in the area, weakening the offer for the public. Please can I be assured that the focus will be on retaining facilities where possible and moving them where necessary. One of the biggest issues for pedestrians at Poole High Street is the uneven and loose paving bricks. I have had several reports of significant injuries to pedestrians. We are, it seems, finding significant new money, £200,000 per annum, to wash road signs on the strategic road network, which surely should already be being done as a matter of course, referring to Tony Trent's point, but I see no capital allocation to fix the paving. Under the area-wide category, that same elderly demographic also struggles with the loss of public toilets. I see no money in the budget for staffing. I see money in the budget for staffing, but what about the refurbishment and re-establishment of toilets lost through the government austerity? And I have a concern about capacity. 2 weeks ago, I relayed a complaint that there were 28 streetlights on Poole High Street that were not working. I went down last night just to check to see if they'd been fixed, and I counted 27. I obviously missed one. 27 streetlights last night, not on, in the heart of Poole Town. Cycling through the Upper Gardens to this meeting tonight, I counted 7 unlit street lamps in Bournemouth Upper Gardens. The basics, as Councillor Trent has said, are not being done. I would love to know that the officer capacity is not just covering the needs across many services to make this a cleaner, greener, safer place. We seem to be cherry-picking some very specific topics, and actually staff are having difficulty across the piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo Councillor Hadley's points, is that the removal of amenities, that we're not in a good place at the moment because we're actually cutting back. And my own particular anecdote in support of Councillor Trent is that a bench was removed from a woodland walk within my own ward. When I queried this with the appropriate department, the default reply that came back is that it wouldn't be replaced until such time as budget was available. When I queried this with the portfolio holder, then a second-hand bench, I presume from somewhere else, was then replaced. I think the portfolio holders need to look at the services which are provisioned, which Councillor Trent urges, to ensure that the level of service which is expected as business as normal is actually being provided to the residents of BCP. Because at the moment, speaking as a ward councillor, just in this one incident, it certainly isn't. And if I receive as a member a reply that says there's no replacement bench, even though the provision is there and it's required to be there for those that have accessibility needs for whatever reason, then to remove it with no intention to replace it, I think does a disservice to all our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Thank you. Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I might as well complete this little trilogy here at the front. This is something which I spoke about when this came to overview and scrutiny, and it's just the point about the use of glyphosate or glyphosate when we're treating weeds. We're all aware that we need to be doing weed treatment. I think some of our residents have seen issues, particularly in areas of Christchurch where they're coming through the pavements and bits like that. There's no doubt that we do need to do something about it, and we have always tried to do the best we can. I have raised some points with regards to the health problems which have been found with the continuing use of glyphosate, and it's been addressed with the leader as well, saying during overview scrutiny they will be looking at alternatives when they become more financially available and more affordable. In this paper on point 29, we are here to approve the funding of this tonight, and 200,000 of this revenue budgetary is going to go towards procuring services from a specialist company contracted to supply a spot treatment application twice a year weed spray, which will be the glyphosate. But I'm really pleased to see that it's saying spot treatment. So what I'm really expecting to see, and hopefully the ward councillors will be able to keep an eye out for this, is gone are the days where we'll see people just walking along the streets casually spraying everywhere around where weeds are, and actually trying to treat them directly and minimise the uses as much as possible. So I am happy to support this paper, minded that we will be looking at alternatives, and I think that we do need to put funding into the greener, safer. The paper may not be the best, it may not be great, but it is going somewhere, and I really want to see us start making moves in this direction. So I will support it, and I'm glad to see that we are making some change anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Any other contributions? Is there a hand? No? So I could move to... Is there one? Oh, sorry, Councillor Green, I didn't see. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening carefully to what some of the other people are saying, and also at the same time reading through once again the paper, and I'm just not sure that they're in any way contradictory. The ambitions of the cleaner, greener, safer are detailed in the paper, and there have been details before. The idea that we should be ignoring streetlights that are out because we're looking also at other elements of the cleaner, greener, safer, the two are not contradictory. This is certainly something that we should be looking at, and I'm grateful actually for Councillor Hadley's point about those, as indeed some of the others that have come up. It is up to us all as ward councillors to make note of where these deficiencies are taking place. They have always taken place. Let's be honest about it. Right the way across the country and right the way across our 3 constituent towns and the predecessor councils. We didn't get everything right all the time. We rely on those ward councillors particularly and their residents to be coming in and saying there's something that we should be doing here. I see that absolutely aligned with the cleaner, greener, safer policy, and I hope that all of us will contribute in that way. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Butler, thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to add to the theme too about the urban greening and the tree strategy. I think while this is a very worthwhile idea, I think we mustn't forget shrubs, because trees take a lot of maintenance, some shrubs don't. So shrubs can be very, very useful for wildlife habitat, and I would like that included really under that, not just concentrating on trees. The other thing is that we're really in dire need of manual workers, especially grass cutting and tidying our general area. So more staff are needed generally. They're very low at the moment, apparently, due to different problems. The other idea is graffiti on public land. Would it maybe be an idea to get offenders who are actually doing this to help to remove the graffiti? It's called restitution in behaviour modification, and it's actually also educational. People would then realise how much effort it takes to actually clean up after vandalism. So perhaps we could work with the police and other council staff on that. I think that would really help to change attitudes, and this would maybe go for littering as well. You know, we really have to change attitudes through education and practice. So hopefully that could be included. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Thank you. Any other contributions before I go to the proposer to sum up? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's quite interesting that Councillor Trent's made comments about the lack of funds. The whole purpose of this paper is to provide the funds. So that's what we're doing. So I'm glad you said you're going to be supporting it, because that's what we need the funds for. Councillor Butler has said about trees, and the trees strategy is going to be coming up. We're going to be looking at a working group on trees, which will include shrubs and other sides of that aspect. So that's something that I will be looking to her to join us in the working party for. The comment she also made about manual workers, well, part of the funding in this paper is to bring in some seasonal workers to help the grass cutting, etc., which she's also commented on. Councillor Hadley, as Councillor Green has said, please, you know who the people are involved in street lighting. If you don't, I can let you know. And I would expect any councillor who knows and spots a light that's out to let the street lighting team know so they can fix it. They don't have the capability. I don't think any town has a capability for a person specialising in street lighting to go around and check every single light. You know, we need, that's our job. It's, you know, we're local councillors. Local councillors look after their area and they tell the officers what needs doing. Councillor Farquhar, you mentioned about benches. Well, one of the things that we're bringing into the strategy is we're looking at carrying out an asset management of all the assets that include benches. So we know where the benches are, we know what the state the benches are, so we can make sure that the appropriate benches are put back in the right condition. So yes, we will be replacing benches, that's part of the work. There may be benches that are in the wrong place that will be moved, and I can't guarantee that. But that's part of this paper. We're also looking at putting QR codes on the benches and the bins, so that if a bin is overflowing or a bench is broken, you can click on the QR code and that will take you to a form that you can fill in that reports that piece of equipment and the state and what needs to be done about it. The comment about the town centres, well, that's what this is about. It's a refresh of the town centre bids. It's a refresh of the Bournemouth town centre, the Poole town centre and the Christchurch town centre. So it will be looking at all those areas and be working with the bids on these areas. So please, support this fund. If you want to see a cleaner, greener, safer town, then that's what this paper is all about. So please, I urge everyone to support this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. So if we could move to the vote now, it'll be by a show of hands and recorded, counted. So if we could see those in favour of the recommendation, please.
So we could go the other way and take the against and the abstentions.
Could we ask those who are against to put their hands up, please?
And any abstentions.
And any abstentions? One absent. Okay, so that's carried, yeah. Thank you. Censored myself there. Item AD, Cabinet 29th September 2021, minute number 60, 2021-22, Quarter 1 Budget Monitoring Report. Councillor Mellor, there's a point here, you got a revised recommendation, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mellor, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Broadhead to second the move. Councillor Mellor?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And the point you're referring to earlier on, I need to read out a statement at the end of this speech that relates to our work with Homes England. Partly because of the length of that statement, I'll also try and be brief here, Chair. Very happy to move this paper tonight. It's a regular paper we see obviously quarterly. We had a strong debate overview and scrutiny, which I thank the members of that for. I also look forward to the update. The next iteration of this is a Q3 update we have in December, and before that we have the budget cafe. So look forward to those updates. On that, I'm delighted to say that significant work has been done and it is ongoing in relation to the budget position detailed in this report, and that we've had some really material and positive progress. And I'm very much looking forward to updating members to that at our budget cafe and the Q3 reports that I've mentioned previously. I think it's also worth, putting up some of the comments earlier on this evening. My predecessor Conservative colleagues do have a record of delivery, in and around our management of the budget, as does this administration. And if we think, we did inherit and we turned around and delivered a £5 million surplus when we inherited a £50 million deficit, and it was done within months. So I can assure all members that this year will be no exception. Investment in our people, investment in our wonderful place, and a relentless ambition to deliver on activities like Cleaner, Greener, Safer we just heard about, and thank you colleagues for their support, as we deliver a world-class place for this and future generations is absolutely what we're going to do, and we're not backing down or shying away from that. So I'm very happy to formally move this paper. Chair, I do also need to, as you iterated earlier on, to formally read out the below in relation to our position as detailed in this report with Homes England. The Council has the power to enter into the grant agreement with Homes England under the general power of competence. However, full Council approval is now required in order to enter into it. Attention should be drawn to the fact that there are extensive provisions with which the Council must comply, including delivery obligations, operational obligations, review, monitoring and reporting obligations, as well as transparency obligations. In addition, there are further provisions concerning circumstances in which Homes England would be entitled to withhold payments and in which the Council would be required to repay grant monies to Homes England. Homes England is unlikely to be prepared to negotiate the terms of the grant agreement, and so it is a matter for the Council to consider whether to accept the risk of these terms, in particular the clawback provisions, together with the need for the funding. I would therefore propose that the Council formally approves authority to enter into the grant agreement with Homes England, and in doing so, recommendation E is altered to read that Council approves the capital vehements as set out in paragraph 74 and authorises the entering into the grant agreement with Homes England. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Broadhead, I understand you wish to second the move.
Happy to second, Chairman.
Thank you. Open that up to debate, please. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got two questions. One for the proposer and one for yourself. The first one for the proposer. How many times are we going to hear the inheritance of a £50 million deficit without the answer to where it was actually filled and where that funding came from? So that's the question that I would like to ask of the proposer here. And the second one of yourself is, could you remind me at what point we asked for adjournment due to the length of the meeting? Thank you.
I'll deal with your question. Second question. Well, I feel we'll have an adjournment at the end of this section, this item. Thank you. Any further contributions, observations to the debate, please? Yes, indeed, please, Councillor.
Thank you. This isn't a question and answer session, but more than happy to answer that question. The funding came from a Conservative government that massively came over the hill and delivered what it said it would do at the start of this pandemic, that local councils would be funded, and that's exactly what the Conservative government did. And the other place it came from was this Conservative administration and these benches massively changing the financial strategy of this council, which then delivered a 5 million surplus out of a 50 million deficit that we inherited from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Right, so if we could move to vote for the recommendation. So it'd be for those four, please, to indicate. If you could show the against, please. And abstentions, please. So that's carried. Thank you. So at this opportunity, members, I'd like to call an adjournment. You have 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back from that brief adjournment. Item 8E, Cabinet, 29th September 2021, minute number 63, BCP Housing Strategy 2021-2026, our commitment to our communities. Councillor Lawton, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then I'll ask Councillor Rampton to second move. Councillor Lawton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to present this housing strategy to full council. The housing strategy brings together 3 strategies which are already in existence. The Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch housing strategies all become one. The BCP housing strategy has been developed over a number of months following a long public consultation with a great deal of stakeholder engagement through various sessions. It is a high-level document which sets out a clear vision with strong leadership for BCP to ensure that housing, planning, economic development and regeneration work together are integrated to best influence the housing market. It is a key document that frames our partnerships working together, drives place shaping and contributes to health and well-being within our local population. The vision statement for the housing strategy is to provide a safe, secure and sustainable home where it is needed and thereby enabling people to live well. It has 5 main objectives. Meeting future growth needs, preventing homelessness and rough sleeping, improving housing options, opportunities and a choice for all, empowering and co-creating neighbourhoods where residents want to feel and be part of the community. And finally, but not least, improving safety and sustainability across BPC housing. I highly recommend this strategy to the Council and hopefully the Council will accept it and pass it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Councillor Rampton, I understand you want to second the move.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we all know, good housing is fundamental to good health and well-being. So I'm very, very happy to second my colleague Councillor Lawson's move on this. It is an effective housing strategy. It will have an impact in so many areas, including social care, health and safety and economic growth. It will run for a 5-year period and it will be supported by a robust action plan which will help ensure delivery, and it will make sure that we get the very best housing options and outcomes for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. If I could open that up to any members who'd like to contribute to the debate, please. Anybody wish to contribute? Indeed not. Okay. Can I call on the proposer to sum up at the end of the debate, please? Councillor Lawton.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we can move to the vote by a show of hands. Can I have an indication of those in favour? Should we against, please, and abstentions? Item 8F, Cabinet, 29th September 2021, minute number 64, Council New Build Housing and Acquisition Strategy, CNHAS, 2021-2026. Councillor Lawton, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then Councillor Broadhead will second the move. Councillor Lawton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Council, as you're probably all aware, has an exciting and very valuable house building programme over the next 5 years. The CNAS, or it's the Council New Build Housing and Acquisition Strategy, will sustain BCP's Council's direct delivery of quality homes on its own land and will help to support its communities and response to growth priorities. We are planning, as you're probably aware, to build over 1,000 homes over the next 5 years. It will ensure a diverse set of homes which are developed as identified within the BCP housing strategy, which we voted on just a minute ago. and the latest evidence around housing for young people, older residents, couples, families and those most vulnerable needing support, as well as providing market-facing accommodation, helping the long-term affordable homes. CNAS will deliver at least 65% affordable housing mix across the next 5-year programme by 2026, not the statutory, which is required by law, 40%. This will vary by scheme across the projects as we build them. Some will be 100% affordable and some less. The programme in 2022 is expected to deliver 85% affordable housing. CNAS will also have minimal housing standards, or minimum, I say, housing standards that set a high bar. Internal space for national development standards will be higher than required by law. Sustainability in both the home and the ongoing environment impact. Diversity of house types, not just flats, but houses and bungalows. It will reduce the burden placed on BCP by using, which we have to use, temporary accommodation for people who are homeless. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a second. I'll talk about it now, actually. We are proposing, under the old Bournemouth Council, as some may or may be aware, we borrowed £44 million to purchase properties under the Seascape Homes operation, which I set up. The purpose of this is to house homeless people, which lays and reduces the burden placed upon the council to accommodate homeless people. This council, this BCP Council, is building and has a programme for an ambitious house building programme, which I believe we should all vote on and accept, because it is the right thing to do for this council to accommodate people, to build homes which are satisfactory to people and help young people to get onto the housing market. And I highly recommend this again to the council to accept and pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. I understand, Councillor Broadhead, you wish to second the move.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delighted to second this paper. I may take this opportunity to thank Councillor Lawton for his continued leadership in this area, as he has done for many years. He's absolutely right in what his comments with the last paper and this paper, in that it's nothing new for local authorities and indeed predecessor councils and this council to provide housing. What is new within this paper are a number of things. First of all, as he alluded to, the scale in which where our ambitions are for this, with thousands of new homes in the future. And a reminder, Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, this is in addition to all of our aspirations for homes as part of our regeneration agenda, which is very much about placemaking. This is our homes agenda, our housing agenda, which is very much about people. So first of all, the scale is very new from what we've done before. Secondly, the programme approach is something that we haven't been able to grasp before in the past, and central to this paper and Bob's work in this arena is having a new kind of more steward-led programme approach to make sure that these projects aren't happening in isolation, and we've got a longer-term curated plan for the future. That's new and is a really vital part of this paper. And then finally, what's new is the acquisition side. We haven't gone far enough before in terms of the acquisition. Councillor Lawton talked about the work that we've done in the past through Seascape Homes and Property Limited in the homelessness arena. But as we face the housing challenges in the future that we need to tackle, we can't just do this with council land alone. So central to this paper is how we are actually going to go on an acquisition agenda as well, so that we can provide the housing for local people that we so very clearly need. One of the really good examples of how this can be a success is a final approval given in this paper for the Princess Road scheme. I think it's a fantastic example of what a council-led housing project should be. Within that, you've got shared ownership homes, you've got affordable rent homes, you've got private rented sector homes, and crucially, you've got a 20-bed hostel as well. That's exactly the type of mix we need to see. That's exactly the type of project we hope to do in the future, and this paper is a first step in making that happen. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. If we could open that up for members' contributions. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, my report has been replaced by a twirling blue screen at the moment, so I can only mention the one page that I printed out from it. I asked a question last year about the progress of the Herbert Avenue Bourne Valley scheme for homeless families. I know that myself and other adjacent ward councillors had to do a lot of sort of winning people round to the idea of that development and that it'll be perfectly well managed. The last I'd heard of it was that although it had originally got planning permission and it was going to be built through Poole Housing Partnership, the last I heard of it, it was going to go out to tender. We now hear that the tenders have come in too high, so it's still not being done. And it was granted it was approved, I think, by the old Poole Council back in 2018, and it was given planning permission in 2019. And I just really want to say that I'm really disappointed that this scheme hasn't gone ahead. The problem is, if it takes too long before it happens again, especially if it goes back to another planning application, we've got to win residents over all over again, because, you know, we had to provide reassurance that it was going to be well managed, and because it was going to be built by Poole Housing Partnership, we felt that it was going to be well managed. So, you know, I have to say that I'm disappointed that this is still on the pending list, and wonder whether there's any good news as to, you know, whether it might actually, you know, move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Any other contributions? Councillor Mike Brooke, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I take this opportunity to thank Councillor Lawton for his commitment and dedication to housing through this area over the years, and in particular for developing these two strategies that we have just approved and the one we're discussing now. But I do have two small concerns which I hope people will understand, and that whoever takes over the housing on both elements, both strategies, will take on board. Both these strategies seem to rely fairly heavily upon references to the local plan that is being developed at the moment and to the government's standard method of calculating housing totals. The local plan working group is looking very, very closely at that standard method, and it would appear that we may well be able to apply the exceptional circumstances and produce a situation where we will be looking at a lower housing figure for the council as a whole over the plan period. It would therefore potentially be a little bit of a shooting our own feet, as it were, if these two strategies continued to refer to the standard method and the higher level of housing, if the local plan goes forward with the lower level of housing. And therefore I would just raise that point and ask that those two strategies could be modified to accommodate what may happen with the local plan. The other point is, can we please have some sort of consistency in the comments between the various plans, the strategies and the local plan. The previous strategy references the completion of the local plan in 2023. The one we're looking at the moment predicts the local plan completion in 2022, and the latest information that will be discussed on Thursday at the local plan working group says the anticipated completion date is early 2024. So we have three papers, all with different dates for the completion of the local plan. We do need some sort of consistency. I'm more than happy to support these strategies, but I would like assurances from the new portfolio holders that they will certainly take on board the references to standard method and the total housing numbers, because we don't want to find ourselves presenting a case that allows us to build fewer houses than the 42,000 odd that are currently predicted, and yet have strategies which are talking about something that we're not supporting in the local plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you. I'd like to echo the points made by the previous speaker about Councillor Lawton and his dedication to housing issue, and also the smooth way in which it transferred over from his predecessor without a lot of point scoring, which I think is how we should be acting in this chamber. I was concerned about affordable housing because it's only ever affordable on the first point to buy, but I'm pleased to see under paragraph 36 that we're trying to retain as much as we can for rent under various schemes rather than selling units off, because they then just become ordinary housing. And I'm also pleased by the attempts to complete with a high sustainability standard. My concern, I guess, is around open space, and again, through the COVID period, we've been constrained in how far we can go, and people have really enjoyed the open space we've got, and it's a fairly inevitable consequence of being a very urban area that some of these sites are actually enjoyed by people as the green lung in their very local area. So the opportunities that we have through acquisition or otherwise to think about green space, play space, as well as just building houses is something I would urge. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Phipps, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to follow up really and support what Councillor Brooke has said. And maybe the portfolio holder, when summing up, could actually tell us how we're going to deal with that issue, that if we go out to issues and options consultation for the local plan, and it is then decided that we go for exceptional circumstances and don't go for the 2,700 or whatever houses per annum that the 2014 standard method at the moment says we may need, but we may not need, because we also have a housing needs assessment coming forward. So can you see how we're going to, can we just get some clarification as to how that would be dealt with within this paper and indeed the paper before that we have voted on? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a quick question around the proportions of affordable and market homes within this plan. And it's mentioned about the sort of 65-35 split. If Councillor Lawton could just clarify, I think he said sort of at least 65% affordable, but in the executive summary it says up to 65% affordable and at least 35% market, and elsewhere in the report it talks about being subject to viability and feasibility. So just a little concerned that those figures, what is the minimum affordable that will be delivered by this, because we've all had experience of, talking about certain proportions of affordable in developments and then it gets eked away because of feasibility and viability, all those sorts of things. So yeah, just if could just confirm what the proportions will be and if there is a sort of minimum amount of affordable that will be delivered.
Thank you, Councillor Brown, thank you. Anybody else need to contribute, feel they need to contribute there? Could I ask the proposer to sum up now, please? Councillor Lawton.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Trent, the latest I have, and just quickly looking through my computer, on Herbert Avenue, tenders have been received for that scheme, which are at the present time being evaluated. So please watch this space. I'm not quite sure where you got your information from, but just watch this space. It has very much been on my mind, because I remember your question some time ago and your concern about it. So I am aware of it, and I'll pass your awareness on to the new portfolio holder. But as I say, the latest I had is that tenders have been received for that building of that operation. The local plan. I understand Councillor Brooks' concern. I share his concern. We have been concerned with some of the government figures for quite some time, certainly under the Bournemouth and now under the BCP operation. I understand also his concern about the differentials between the dates of several of the policies, but there is sufficient, I believe, flexibility within the policies for them to be adjusted to take account, so eventually they will all be aligned into one date. So I don't have any problems with that at all. Open space. Councillor Hadley talked about open space. I agree with him, we should try and retain as much open space as feasible and as possible, but we have a very great growing population within the BCP area. When I moved here in 1985, I think the population of Bournemouth was about 140,000. It's now nearly 200. So it's quite a significant increase and still growing. So we have to balance between what we want as open space and the accommodation and units and houses we need to accommodate the people who are moving to the area and live in the area. affordable, as I said earlier, Councillor Brown, with the statutory requirement by law is 40%. On the CSAS paper, which we're proposing today, we're actually saying will be an average of 65% affordable housing. It depends on the scheme. Some schemes will be more, as you understand, some schemes will be less. It depends on the feasibility of the particular schemes, but we will always aim to as high as possible for affordable places within that. And as I mentioned, in 2022, we're expecting to get 85% of all units that we build will be affordable. Can I just say before I sign off, I would like to thank the officers for the housing strategy paper, especially Kerry Marie Ruff, who's worked socks off along with myself to produce that paper, and Nigel Ingrams, who helped me along with the CSAS paper. Can I say it's also been an honour and a privilege and a pleasure to be housing portfolio for Bournemouth and PCP, and I'm glad that I'm leaving an excellent legacy, even if I say so myself. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Orton. Thank you. We've moved to the vote for the recommendation here, please. Could we record the vote with a show of hands, please? So those in favour? And just for, thank you. Are those against? And abstentions? It's unanimous. Thank you, members. Item 8G, Standards Committee, 5th of October 2021, minute number 16, Local Government Association, revision to Model Code of Conduct for Councillors. Councillor Daniel Butt, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and then for Councillor Borthwick to second the move. Councillor Butt, Daniel Butt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I refer to members to page 7 of the agenda pack. Sorry, apologies. Don't know what that was. I refer members to page 7 of the agenda pack and item 8G, which sets out the recommendations for the Standards Committee meeting held on 5th October 2021, minute number 16. Apologies again, I don't know what's going on there. I will try and keep it as short as I can. Following the Council's adoption of the Code of Conduct at the meeting of Council in June earlier this year, the Council received notification from the Local Government Association outlining a series of amendments to their model code, which the Standards Committee considered at its meeting as above. The changes made by the LGA are set out in the agenda pack on pages 395 to 408 using track changes. The committee unanimously supported these changes, subject to a number of alterations, which are set out in the agenda on page 7. Before moving to the recommendations, I would like to thank councillors for attending the training sessions arranged last week on the new Code of Conduct. I'm advised that 82% have already attended the session. I appreciate that some councillors were unavailable last week and some had to leave before the training session was completed. Those councillors are noted and will be offered further dates to complete their training, with all remaining untrained councillors of the new model code offered at a date to undertake the full training as required. I am therefore pleased to recommend that Council adopt the proposed changes to the Local Government Association Model Councillor Code of Conduct as set out in Appendix 1 of the report to the Standards Committee, subject to the following further amendments and additions. Little I, in Appendix B, in the preamble second sentence, replacing the words personal interests with the words registrable interests. Little 2, in Appendix B, paragraph 8, subparagraph B, retaining the word friend. Little 3, in Appendix B, paragraph 9, subparagraph A, adding the words and well-being after the words financial interests. Little 4, the typographical corrections identified at the meeting. I will then call upon Vice Chairman Councillor Borthwick to second my recommendation.
Councillor Borthwick, please.
I'd like to second that motion as it's a
a real forward move to get the Standards Board back online with government recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Borthwaite. Anybody like to cancel the vote?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move that.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Andrews, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a member of the Standards Committee and have served on it since its formation in 2019. The new code of 2021, this just tidies up one or two typographical errors, does not give any particular extra powers if a councillor is found to contravene its provisions. Thus, we can't suspend a councillor from this council. Chiefly, we can ask them to apologise. They may refuse. We need to be supported by the several group leaders on this council who do have extra powers, say to suspend a councillor from their group membership until an apology is given, or even demote a councillor, should they, for example, hold a post of special responsibility allowance that is in the group leader's gift. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Any other contributions, please? No?
Chair, just like to thank him for his contributions there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Right, so if we can I call on the proposer to sum up, please? And that was it?
The motion is vote.
Thank you. Right, so if we could move to the vote, please. Those in favour? Is that everybody? Yeah. Yeah. Are those against, please? It's about that, yeah. Yeah. Abstentions, please. Thank you. Item 8H, Cabinet, 27th of October 2021, minute number 72, Estates and Accommodation Retention of Poole Civic Space. Councillor Butler, I understand that you have a question to ask on the Poole Civic Centre, and I call upon you to ask it now. I will then ask Councillor Mellor to respond.
Sorry. Yes, I was asked to ask this in context with the subject. Having asked the previous administration a similar question in September 2020, I asked the current administration, when will the residents of Poole be given a public consultation on the future of the listed Poole Civic Centre building?
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Just for the record there, that was afforded by the constitutional paragraph 10.8 on pages 4 to 29. Thank you. Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Butler, for your question, and also I think it's worth saying for your continued interest and passion for this hugely important building for Poole. As per the paper we're just putting into context before us this evening, I'm delighted to once again confirm my personal and our administration's position in relation to retaining this building for future generations. What is not and will not be on the table when I'm the leader of this council is any disposal of this building, which is a clear difference to when you asked that question to the previous Liberal Democrat-led Unity Alliance, who had this site clearly marked for disposal. As you will see from the ensuing paper, the current expectation is that the listed part of the site will be retained by the Mayoralty, the Charter Trustees and a new anchor tenant being the coroner. In relation to the wider site, we have asked our emerging URC team, Future Places, to explore options, and a large part of their ethos, and the ethos of any successful regeneration, is to put community at the heart of it, and to that end, a key piece of work will be forthcoming with our Future Places team is something called the Big Conversation, which will be a powerful community engagement and consultation exercise in addition to heavy front-loaded community and stakeholder engagement on a site-by-site basis. So the community won't just have the opportunity to comment on this site, but also the wider conurbation as we bring forward regeneration across BCP.
Thank you for that answer, Councillor Mellor, to Councillor Butler's question. So, Councillor Mellor, I understand that you wish to move the recommendations, and then Councillor Mark Anderson is second.
Yeah, I'm happy to, Chair. And I've obviously had the opportunity to speak in the question, so again, I'll try and be brief. I've talked about being, committed to retaining the Poole Civic for, for this and future generations. I've talked at length in this and other settings about the desire, and also been delighted to confirm that our intention that the community will not only benefit from this asset, but community use, as we discussed at the overview and scrutiny meeting, will be, and always was, but will be integral to our plans going forward. As per the report here, what we're doing is confirming that the building will be used by the mayoralty, the charter trustees, and the intention is to secure the coroner as the anchor tenant. And I'm therefore delighted to propose the work of this paper, and thank all of those who've been a part of that. In terms of, I think we've got two civic working groups working on it, primarily the charter trustees of Poole in this instance. So thank you to everybody for their work in terms of getting to this position. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mark Anderson, I understand you wish to second the move.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to second this paper and reserve my right.
Could I invite contributions from members, please? Any opposition? Councillor Butler, please.
Thank you. I've been involved in the working group for the Poole Charter Trustees, and my worry is the fact that because this building is being looked at as two buildings in one, certain changes have to be made to compartmentalise part of it. The actual mayoralty and trustees will only have a very tiny section of that of the vertical slice, as it's called, which is about a fifth of the building. So 4/5 are going to be talked about later on. My worry is that it's a listed building and fire escapes have been put on the layout plan, which would affect the windows and the stonework below them in two outer walls of the Parkston Road facing and the Sandbanks Road facing, which is an integral part of the building. We've had no comment from the Conservation Officer, and the plans that have been shown as appendages on these on our information actually show an April 21 plan when the Charter Trustees actually discussed a September 21 plan showing the layout of the vertical slice. So I don't know. It actually shows a different positioning of fire escapes, which is quite significant. So I don't know what's happened about that. So really that is my main concern, that to look at this in two parts of one building is actually going to take quite a bit of construction work. And that's going to be planned before the other part is going to be discussed.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Thank you. Councillor Pedovan, I understand you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. I'm welcoming this proposal. We'd all like, I'm sure, to continue as we've been, as we were in Borough of Poole, with the building, the sole use. But I fully accept that this cannot happen, that there has got to be change. And I think of all the possible uses for the vertical slice, apart from the mayoralty and the civic function, the coroner's court is about as good as it can get. It's got the dignity, the gravitas, the sort of things we would expect, and hopefully the care of the building as well, as far as it's within their powers. The facilities that are set aside for the mayoralty, I think, are adequate. I know there was concern about where the hireable meeting room would be, whether it would be on the civic side or the other side where the democratic services work at the moment, but I accept that is a bigger room and therefore more suitable. But my two concerns, which I've reiterated at the working party, one is the start date of the work which has been given as May next year. I wonder how that's going to fit in with the consultation. I hadn't heard about the consultation before, but that's another matter. But that it is, no work is undertaken that would affect the mayor-making ceremony next year. We've had 2 mayor-making ceremonies, either completely abandoned or in a very truncated form. This year, as things stand, there's every opportunity, I would think, to have a proper ceremony for when Councillor Trent becomes mayor. So please make the timing after that. My other concern is that the Cattestock room and the council chamber will be available for hire both by, or use both by the Civic Party and probably by community groups. And I'm concerned that nothing should be done by the coroners when a room has been booked and a function is arranged, like a regalia talk or a meeting or whatever, that if they need to, if the court is going to overrun, I know they're supposed to finish at 5, but if they're going to continue to the next day, that nothing is done that would hinder those pre-booked meetings or events taking place. In other words, a booking is a booking and they've got priority. The coroner has the priority during court times, but out of that, whoever's booked the room has got priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pittavin. Councillor Trent, you indicated, please.
Thank you, Chair. I really want to come back on what was said now, comparing September 2020 with now. The situation is pretty much identical now as it was then. The only difference is that there's more detail on the plans because we've had working groups and we've talked about it and how to move forward. And I think what's being proposed is possibly as good as it gets. But the other big difference then was that the discussions with the Coroner's Court, I think, were still confidential, so that couldn't be made public. But the idea of perpetuating the myth that somehow the previous administration was going to get rid of it and all this lot is complete and utter nonsense, and I really wish that this vile dishonesty ends, because quite frankly, it's just like listening to Chairman Mao or something like that, you know, it's just ridiculous. Anyway, the one question I wanted to ask on that is that there was discussion at the working group about temporary accommodation for the 6 months, which I better declare an interest, because all being equal, it'll be the first 6 months of my morality, was going to have to be moved elsewhere. I had made suggestions, which I'm hoping is being explored, that the old Branksome Town Hall is looked at. But I do wonder whether any progress has been made on what actually happens in that first 6 months, because, you know, I do understand that the changes will take place after May the 20th, but, you know, it'd be interesting to know what measures are in place for after that, because the time is getting close.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Hadley, I think you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was going to raise the back projection of the worst possible position on the Unity Alliance. We hadn't decided to dispose of the Civic Centre. We accepted that this place would be the civic offices for BCP moving forwards, and that we'd need to find an alternative use. But that plan had not been made. But the leader keeps persisting in the idea that we were having a fire sale, which he hasn't at this time actually, but he did refer to us selling it off. My interest, and it's a real problem, I suppose, in terms of the way that these papers get pushed through overview and scrutiny to Cabinet to this place without modification. I raised both in ONS and in Cabinet concerns about sustainability of what we're doing with the vertical slice, particularly for insulation, for noise insulation as well as heat insulation, given the building works will be going on around the coroners while they're trying to operate, the state of the windows, the uncertainties over whether we're using the electricity that we generate on site from the big solar panel on the Civic Centre car park, and heat pumps rather than electric heaters, and none of that's actually made it through to the paper. So I had a fairly general response that, oh yes, of course sustainability runs through everything we do, you don't need to mention it. but I'm afraid I do need to mention it because I think, unless it is said repeatedly, it doesn't seem to actually filter through. And I'm still concerned that we're spending £750,000 on just severing the electricity and sorting the heating in ways that, if you just read the paper, are really unsustainable and not fit for an authority that has declared a climate and ecological emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hagley. Councillor Bagwell, I understand you've...
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say I've been told that there's 2 coroner's courts going to be in the building. If that's the case, where are we parking all the people that go to the 2 coroner's courts? Because if the car park's actually going, which it is, or which has been proposed it is, then I don't see on a roundabout where we're going to be parking all the people that are going to be going to those coroner's courts, be that their staff, be that the people that are the families involved with the death of the person, the police, etc. So I would just like clarification that we're not going to try and push them all into Poole Park, which we know is going to be untenable, to be fair. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bagwell. Thank you. Anybody else like to contribute? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I just thought I'd pick up on a couple of the points that have been raised. For Councillor Butler, I went round the Poole Civic offices with the coroner, with the people, the building department, to look at the work that's going to be done. And I asked the question about the fire escapes and about the state of the building, the fact that it's a listed building. And I was told that they would make sure that it was carried out correctly in the work that's been done. To Councillor Lepertevin, again from the Coroner's Court, the Coroner's Court is a court, and as such, they will be able to adjourn at certain times, and as you said, 5 o'clock. So there will be a chance to make sure that the coroner has adjourned and has cleared the building before any event takes place. And obviously, the coroner's court will be blocking out times so people can work around that. So I hope that will help appease your concerns on that. And finally, to Councillor Hadley, I think you're right. I think we do need to look at the heating in the building and the insulation. And I'll talk to my colleague to see what we can do about it and revisit it and talk to the housing team to see if there are any alternatives. There may not be, but we will talk. I have actually, when I went round, I did raise the issue. So I agree with what you're saying, and I think it's at least right that we revisit it. So please accept my assurance on that.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. So if there's no more contributions, Councillor Mellor, would you like to sum up, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And just on that last point, I have also raised those concerns and will continue to. So I think we're genuinely on the same page as far as that point, Andy. Okay, a number of points. So, Chair, so I'll try and whistle through them. Councillor Butler-Tyner, you talk about there being 2 parts, in terms of a solution. I think 2 parts, to the solution is relevant in the first instance because one part is listed. What I have, absolutely committed to is that full consultation piece, via Future Places work. So let's not prejudge that. Let's not prejudge what effectively the consultation, market soundings will say about that building, both in its 2 parts and as a whole. But I think it's relevant to at least make sure, as a first step, we are protecting the part that is listed. I understand that, but effectively that's the way we've looked at it: protect the part that's listed, and then do market soundings and wide-scale big conversation engagement around the rest of the site, and then we can come back and actually decide what's the right thing to do for the whole building is. Your specific point around the appendices, I take that. I did email you during the meeting to try. Thank you very much for bringing that up earlier. I have got an answer from Matthew Rowsett, which I've shared with you directly. We talk about the mayor making plans. I think that's absolutely valid point is quite right. We've had to miss out on a number of mayor-making ceremonies. So, you know, give assurance, and I think we're aware of that now, that mayor-making is fully planned, and any of these works won't be happening till after that. Councillor Trent, you also talk about what will happen in the ensuing year, in that year. I've been aware I've been in some discussions. I am aware there are some discussions about other facilities, you know, that are available to be stood up, and if that hasn't been shared with you or for Mayor, then we can make sure that happens. But there's an absolute commitment to make that happen. We've discussed the point around the coroner as being a very good, you know, partner effectively for us. So in terms of not overstepping in terms of community use, I think that's a good partner. I will come back to Councillor Trent in terms of, I think you said the only difference between the paper in September 20 is, well, the only difference I can see in terms of the paper September 20 is we're not selling it. You know, I literally took out the word disposal when I became leader of a council, took its portfolio on the 1st of October 2020, and I literally took out the word disposal. If it wasn't, it was more than 10 times. I'll find the document, the original document I inherited from your previous leader that said disposal, and I'm aware of conversations from multiple people in the Unity Alliance, conversations around what your previous leader's position was in terms of selling it. So I stand by what I say. The only thing that can change is that Unity Alliance was going to sell that building, and we're not going to do that. I do agree with comments around parking. I think that's really valid. There's an element here. We're in discussions with the coroner, and we're also in discussions with the wider site. So what actually needs to land there? It needs to have a proper parking solution. At the very least, retention of disabled parking, in very close proximity. But until we know what's happened to the wider site, it's difficult to say what actually will be. But I take those points on, and we'll continue to do so. Chair, I think I've answered every point that's raised, and happy to move the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miller. So we can move to the vote, please. With a show of hands, those for?
Majority.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'm going to ask for against, yes? Those against, please. And abstentions, please. Thank you. 3.
Chair, if I may, can I have my vote recorded, please?
Of course,
and that was for against.
Thank you, members. Thank you so much. Item 8I, Cabinet, 27th October 2021, minute number 73, Futures Fund, allocation for the installation of a core gigabit fibre network. Councillor Broadhead, I understand that you wish to move recommendations, and I'll ask for Councillor Miller to second the move. Councillor Broadhead.
Mr Chairman, I do indeed. I'm really delighted that one of the first applications we've got for the Futures Fund that we created as this administration is, it was designed for both capital projects and infrastructure, is an infrastructure project, but not infrastructure in the old-fashioned way, but actually digital infrastructure. So what we're looking at within this paper is using £5 million of the Futures Fund to create a 70.5 kilometre core gigafibre network. And this paper talks about a number of things, but primarily what it talks about is the operational savings for the council, which I'll go on to in a moment. But first of all, I think the reason for the timing of this is it's really pertinent in that we can actually put this fibre in the ground, 30 kilometres of it, while we're already digging up the roads as part of the Transforming Travel Fund, which is something that we've been trying to do for some time. So while we've actually got the diggers up, digging up the road, we're using that opportunity to put infrastructure into the ground. This paper talks about very much the first phase of this infrastructure project with fibre optics and the kind of immediate cost savings that this core network would have. What it doesn't talk about is all of the other benefits that are going to come in phase 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 and 7 once we actually own this fibre network. And it does actually in the report talk about a lot of the other things that this fibre network that will do that aren't directly addressed within the financials of this report, for, most notably the Smart Place and Transformation Programme, where we're talking about potentially a further £9 million of savings or cost creation, additional savings within council service areas, social care, housing, waste management, potential other public sector and voluntary sector organisations that could use this network in the future, acceleration of rollout for Wi-Fi, 5G, Internet of Things, and a whole host of other applications, possibly even working with other partners that have their own fibre optic networks in tandem and leasing part of it to it. That's what comes next, but first of all we've got to put this in the ground. We've got a clear case in front of us here that it does actually provide some cost savings, even if we don't do all of those other things. But it's absolutely right, while we're already digging up the ground to invest in the future, there's a whole host of further papers that will be coming on what this infrastructure investment will unlock. But today this is step one, and I hope to get the support of Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. And Councillor Miller, I understand you want to...
Please, Chairman, I reserve my right to speak later in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Members who'd like to contribute to the debate. Councillor Cox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say, Councillor Broadhead, you do give a good speech, and you do sound very convincing. Unfortunately, the finances don't quite work out. You need to go back to bookkeeping school. The Futures Fund is a perfectly acceptable mechanism for innovative infrastructure expenditure. However, it should not in itself be abused to satisfy short-term vanity projects which do little or no benefit for the residents of BCP and replaces funding shortfalls which other people should be putting their hands in their pockets for. This gigabit scheme is a vanity project, which when you add back the cost of the capital and the interest, makes a massive loss for the scheme. So you talk about cost savings, left, right and centre, but in actual fact it's going to cost this council and it's going to cost the residents money. And it's going to cost residents money in an out-of-date technology, which we will be paying for, which is out of date, will be out of date in a fraction of the time that we and our children will be paying for it, i.e. over 50 years. In my opinion, this is an unacceptable expenditure, which we don't need to do. Yes, we do need investment in infrastructure, but this is the wrong scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Any other Councillor? Sorry, who had their hand? Councillor Hadley, that's right, and then Councillor Butler. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I talked at ONS and at Cabinet on this. I think that the crux of this is actually, as Councillor Cox has raised, that this is a scheme that seems to be fixing yesterday's problems. I'm grateful to the Smart Places team. I actually spent an hour with them today trying to delve deeper into the technical detail, and it was at the suggestion of our finance lead, following some questions to him. But increasingly, we're moving away from a data centre in the basement of the Civic offices to cloud-based use. Office 365, the use of Azure, those things are in the data centre. You need to give people good access to those internet-based resources, good secure access, and that isn't a wide area network. It doesn't need to be. If you've got a front doorbell with a camera on it, those increasingly are saving the images directly to a server somewhere elsewhere on the internet in what people know as the cloud, but it's a data server on the internet. And so the idea that we need a wide area network at all, actually, I think is outdated. And that's why this investment, I think, is a difficult one. I support what the Smart Places team are trying to achieve, and I think there is an awful lot we can do with the data, with the place-based work that we are doing, and they've got some brilliant ideas. And it may be in some of the detail that is listed in the paper without any costs, there are things that will actually deliver savings to us in the longer term. It's a punt at this stage. I think the business case, or it's not really a business case, the paper as we have it doesn't detail the financial implications adequately. It does show a significant loss based on the things that have been quantified. There are some good elements to what they would like to do. There are enormous uncertainties and risks in that, and we're investing for a 50-year life just in the fibres and the ducting, and not paying for the electronics and all the other bits. There are lots more costs in this. They assured me that they won't be coming back to council for covering those costs because they're going to be raised in other ways. I think there is I have a lot of concerns about this paper. I'd love to support the concept of what we're trying to achieve, but I think we need a lot more detail, and I hope that those additional papers that come through actually deliver, because without that I think we are buying a huge white elephant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Bartlett, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have to say that I agree with Councillor Hadley on this. I have three issues here, and like Councillor Hadley, I would really like to be able to support this motion. But the three areas I have concern are in the technology. The paper doesn't go into sufficient detail about the choice of the technology, when most big organisations are using cloud-based technology and the internet services are provided by commercial suppliers. And the arguments for going either way have not been sufficiently made in the paper. The second area is the cost. The costs are not clear for the total system. The costs are primarily for putting the ducting and laying the cables in and digging the road up. The integration with the various buildings, the 60-odd buildings, is not detailed, and there is insufficient information, in my view, about what the total cost of the web is the system will be. And the third one is the way it's funded. The Futures Fund, it's all very well. It sounds very grand, doesn't it, have £50 million, but actually it's basically spending money based on savings that we have not yet achieved through transformation. So I personally have got those reservations, and I would really like to be able to support this programme. There's too many questions in my mind at the moment, so I'm really going to have to go against this. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bartlett, thank you. Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just further to what colleagues have said, when I looked at the sort of costs and savings assessment of this scheme, it's over 54 years we'll be paying for this. And I can't imagine that in 2075 we will be doing things the same way. It talks about, when you look at it and it says about £5,000 a year savings in CCTV management and traffic signal monitoring, fine, that's £5,000 a year. But now they're saying, right, we're going to be doing that exactly the same way for the next 54 years, and we're grossing that saving up to make these figures balance. I don't think we're doing traffic signal monitoring the same now that we did in 1967, 54 years ago. So I'm pretty sure in 2075 we're not going to be doing traffic signal monitoring the same as we are now. So to say that we're going to make that saving every year until 2075 is a non-starter for me. CCTV management. I don't think we're doing CCTV management the same sorts of cameras and the same sorts of networks in 2075 as we are now. I doubt it. There'll be drones or something different. So to say that, to make the numbers here stack up, we're saying we're going to be doing CCTV management and traffic signal monitoring the same in 2075 as we are now, and we're going to be making £5,000 saving on each of those in 2075, just a complete non-starter. I'd be surprised if we're doing it the same in 10 or 15 years, let alone 54 years. So the numbers just don't stack up. When I see that you calculate a 1 year saving of what we would make now, and you have to gross that up 54 times to make the figures stack up, that raises big questions about the whole financial stability of this for me. The fact that you've got to gross that number up over such a massive period to try and make it balance just doesn't work out.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Earl, I understand you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think what's really important here is to think about where this money is coming from. It's going to be a borough cost to be paid back over half a century, or actually more than half a century. What I think we need to remember as councillors is that we're here to represent residents, and if we went to our residents and explained to them as best we could about what this actual project is about, most wouldn't understand it, but those that would be very concerned that we're taking, future money from future generations, which is taxpayers' money, to be paying back a debt on technology which we don't know will last that long. So I just want to appeal to councillors across the chamber about whether you can really justify to your residents that this is a good use of not their money but their children's money and their children's children's money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Anybody else? Creating. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And I'm happy to second this. I'm really delighted to. There's a few things in there, and I'm sure Councillor Broadhead will talk more about some of the technical points. I think we, this is the first time we brought something through in terms of the Futures Fund, so it's perfectly understandable that there is a lack of understanding, more of a journey we need to go on in terms of explaining what the Futures Fund is. What the Futures Fund isn't a normal typical business case proposition where we're saying there's a benefit on one hand and that matches up with the debt. What this is saying that if we want to deliver this world-class place for the future, there are certain things that we need to go first on. It's a lack of unviability in certain projects. But we still want to get them built. It's the extra place shaping, public realm improvements that there's not a business case for, but we know we want to do them because we've got ambition for our place. It's the infrastructure that we need to provide to make this place absolutely outstanding and amazing. And this is exactly what this is. It's the infrastructure that we will be using going forward. And you talk. So I think there is a lack of understanding. I think we need to address that. Councillor Brown keeps talking about it doesn't stack up financially. The point, any potential benefit of this is on top of why we're doing this anyway. It's still the right thing to do in terms of what it actually delivers. We had Councillor Cox talking effectively. Yesterday's technology. What's it going to deliver for our residents? Well, if you had any look and insight into what's happening in terms of Smart Cities programme, both here and nationally and internationally, it's a future modern delivery of services. We're trying to transform our council into being the most exemplar authority in the country in terms of the ability to deliver modern services to people that improve their lives and actually are also cheaper. Often as well. I think Councillor Bartlett's got a very valid point in terms of this is, and I've said it before, this is an LGR dividend. We are, proposing to make £40 million, over £40 million a year of savings, year on year, for every year, for 50 years and on, in terms of the savings we're making. And what we're looking to do is invest a smaller fraction of that money into an infrastructure pot that we can actually move a place forward, which will then put this place in a completely different, put our place in a completely different realm than we are in now. You talk about, will we be using the same things we are in 1967? Well, we absolutely will be if you're in charge, because you're not making the decisions to be investing in the things we need to do the things that the future will bring us. I do absolutely commend Andy Hadley actually, because very detailed investigation into this, very detailed questions. This is a hugely complex piece of work, and thank you for going and spending the time with the team to understand that. That hasn't got you to agree with me. That's fine, but at least we need to find ways as a council on these really complex things, both in terms of the Futures Fund, but also in terms of a technical scheme how to do it. So commend your effort and time into that. Look, this is something we are absolutely delighted to stand in front of. We believe in it. We know this is about building the place for the future, about having ambition for the future, and that's exactly what we're doing, and proud to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. So, Councillor Broadhead, can I call you to sum up, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman, and sincere thanks to the debate tonight. I sense this is one, as the leader has pointed out, that we may readdress in the future as we bring forward future funds papers. Try saying that at 11 o'clock at night, because it is something different. And actually, to give members some confidence, this is not where we started off on the journey with this paper. There's a tremendous amount, as I alluded to in the introduction, of new opportunities that this will unlock, further savings, further potential commercialisation with a small c of the network that will all come later. And actually, initially, when the Smart team was putting together this paper, it was predicated around, well, let's make the business case for it. And I have absolutely no doubt that as we move into the future, there'll be tremendous amount of opportunities that this will unlock. However, the beauty of the Futures Fund is that could have taken some time, and actually while we're already digging up the roads, we don't need to wait for that. If we know that it's the right thing, particularly around infrastructure, as the leader pointed out, we can then be the first mover, we can get ahead of the game, we can start investing in our future now, and I absolutely believe that is the right thing to do. So, had we not had that Futures Fund, we might be sat here in a year and a half's time looking at it, but it would probably cost a lot more. We may well have missed out on the opportunity. We'll have similar discussions when we come to future fund front papers, such as the Folkestone Station one at the next full council? Can we put a number next to whether it's the right thing to do to spend money to help disabled people get access to lives in the future? We absolutely can't. Is it the right thing to do? It absolutely is. And so that's something that I think we're going to have to get used to. Just a couple of points, and Councillor Hadley raises a point about technology, and we all keep talking about technology. This is an infrastructure investment. And to take Councillor Hadley's analogy a little bit further, yes, things are in the cloud in the future. To use your doorbell analogy, yes, it has a battery, but actually what we're looking at here, using the battery analogy, you still got to plug it in to charge it up at some point. So this is about providing the infrastructure in place so that we can actually access the cloud in the future. It's absolutely critical to be able to do that. So this is not about technology. Technology comes next. It's about putting the pipes in the ground that helps us turn that digital water on so that we can flood the world with... I've taken the analogy too far, but anyway, thank you very much, Chair.
That's enough. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Broader. That was excellent. Thank you. Right, can we move to the vote, please? Show of hands for those in favour. That was 4, yes? Thank you. Are those against, please? And any abstentions, please? That's carried, thank you.
Councillor Farquhar would like his vote recorded.
Would you like it recorded, Councillor Farquhar?
That's very kind of you for a minute.
You're welcome, sir. Item 8J, Cabinet, 27th of October 2021, minute number 76, Children's Services Capital Programme. Councillor Nicola Green, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor White to second the move. Councillor Green. Nicola Green.
Thank you, Chairman. I will try to be brief, but I do need just very briefly to set out the context of the recommendations because, of course, they do relate only to part of the whole paper. So the report, the substantive report, covered the progress of the Children's Services Capital Programme, drawn together to show the picture across the conurbation for the first time. It sets out the projects delivered thus far, some such as Hilborn School, quite a long time in the making. Our intention is always to use the funds at our disposal to provide the very best facilities and learning environment for our children and young people in which they can enjoy and thrive. Our focus for the near future is on providing places for children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities to align with the ongoing focus of the written statement of action and the appreciative inquiry into inclusion, which have been reported variously to Cabinet, to Children's Services Overview and Scrutiny, and to Council. This administration made a commitment to invest in these as a priority by allocating additional £10 million, that is additional to the regular types of government grants which the Council receives. So we allocated that in this year's budget, and further work is underway to ensure that the analysis of the needs of our current cohort of young people informs our spend. The recommendation, which was agreed by Cabinet under delegated authority, set out the intention to bring forward a SEND strategy as part of the wider Children's Services Capital Programme for Council to approve in February 2022. With this in mind, we come to the recommendations 2 and 3 before Council this evening, which seek authority to pause the Winchelsea satellite on the site of Somerford Primary School, albeit that I find myself casting this in far more positive light than a colleague on a different paper earlier this evening. And the reason for that, colleagues, is that the original decision came before the visit of Ofsted in the early summer, and it's therefore appropriate to ensure that we optimise the resources that we have in the light of the work which is following on from that inspection and not rush it. I'm very grateful both to both the schools, to Somerford and to Winchelsea, and their governors for their patience and their engagement, their absolute engagement with this process, while we come up with the very best solution to suit both the requirements of the schools and of the wider community. And with that in mind, Chairman, I move the recommendations set out before Council in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I understand, Councillor White, you'd like to second that?
Yeah, happy to second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor White. Anybody like to contribute? Councillor Flagg, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, I recently attended a meeting with senior teaching staff and a member of the Board of Governors who voiced their concerns with regards to the process so far. I think we all know the difficulty that schools are under financially, and their concern was that they've invested time and resources into the proposal that we're looking at postponing this evening. Chairman, whilst I fully support the item on the agenda this evening in terms of the proposal, I'd like to think that this council will support the school over the next 12 months or so because of the financial input they've already made to the Winchelsea School moving to Somerford. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Flagg. Thank you. Anybody else like to contribute to the debate, please? No? Nobody indicated. Right, so could I ask Councillor Green N to sum up?
Thank you, Chairman. And in responding to Councillor Flagg, can I thank him for his engagement and apologise. As you know, we had to pick a date where one of us could go and it couldn't be both. So I am trying very hard to get to Somerford to make that visit as well. But I'm very glad that you have, and Councillor McCormack also, for that open dialogue that we've had. Your point about the time and resource invested is absolutely true. There's been a huge amount from the council side as well. But this isn't about getting sides. This is about moving forward to the best solution for the school and the wider community. And Councillor Flagg, I'm very happy to give you my commitment that I'm pushing this forward as quickly and with that real commitment to do the very best, both for Somerford and for Winchelsea, to maximise everything and optimise everything that we want from that campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. If we could move to the vote then for a show of hands for those in favour. Okay. Those against, please. And abstentions. It will be recorded.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't ask for it to be recorded in minutes, but I appreciate the offer.
The offers. He got me, didn't he? Yeah, you tinker. Where are we? Pardon the language. Right, thank you, members. Item 8K, Cabinet. 27th of October 2021, Minute 81, acceptance and allocation of the Household Support Fund. Councillor Nicola Green, I understand that you will move the recommendations then for Councillor Kelly to second them. Councillor Nicola Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I would never take for granted anything in terms of members' views. Presenting a report requesting permission to accept £2.65 million on behalf of our communities of government from the government isn't something I'm anticipating being a particularly hard sell, even albeit at this late hour. The government has allocated this sum to BCP Council under the Household Support Fund, which follows on from last year's winter grant. Many of you will have attended the presentation that we gave about this time last year, and there have been subsequent grants over the school summer holiday period. The scheme, which makes funding available for families of children eligible for free school meals, has received, and rightly received, a large amount of national publicity over the past year. But in fact, the scope of this grant, which we've received, is considerably wider. At least 50% of the total funding must be spent on families with children. The expectation is that Household Support Fund should primarily be used to support households with the most need with food, energy and water bills. It can also be used flexibly to support households with essential costs related to those items, and these, for example, might well include assistance with school uniform as children grow and parents are still dealing with some of the employment issues that have arisen from the pandemic. It is really not a warm place in our economy for everybody currently, sadly. There's an expectation that councils begin providing support from the 6th of October, so prior to half term that's just gone past, until the 31st of March next year. And that's an improvement, I think a very significant improvement on last year's piecemeal allocations, and that allows households some certainty through the school holiday periods through to the end of Easter next year. Our proposed model, which is set out in the papers, replicates the arrangements in place last year and their very targeted approach, aiming to reach those most in need, but with a considerably increased allowance of £30 per child per school holiday week, to be delivered by a flexible voucher, which is what families have told us that they prefer. Schools are at the front line of identifying the families most in need, largely but not exclusively on the basis of free school meals eligibility. Children's centres likewise and other agencies reach out into those communities, particularly around preschool children, so those not already registered for free school meals. Citizens' Advice reaches another group of our residents who present in need, and they often experience difficulties through food and fuel poverty. With pressure on domestic fuel costs, we know that many residents are at risk of hardship. And similarly, Dorset Community Foundation reach elsewhere via their well-established grant-giving function. The Access to Food Partnership set up under the previous administration and something which I have been consistently grateful for and recognise the support that started. It's evolved, it's different, but let's be clear about where it started. It's well established, it's highly regarded and receives contributions from across the conurbation, harnessing a wonderful community response. And there's a further £60,000 contained here to support their activities, including food banks, community fridges, pantries and so on. And I know that many members are involved in these in your own wards. The provision of quite a significant contingency will also allow for a nuanced approach as the situation evolves. As before, robust and ongoing monitoring will ensure that we are reaching those in need. There's an acceptance that we'll need to invest some money in spreading our message, so we've allocated a budget to include some communications. However, my message to all members tonight is that when speaking to those in your communities, that you use every opportunity to spread the message. Please encourage those in need or perceived need to apply. The process shouldn't be bureaucratic, and the money is intended to be spent in our communities. I do not want to send any of it back. The winter nights are certainly drawing in, and this administration is planning to make our services as resilient as we possibly can this winter. And £2.6 billion of targeted funding is a very significant way to start. I do hope for your support in accepting the funding and spending it in accordance with sections 25 and 26 of the Cabinet report. Thank you, Chairman. I so move and seek a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I understand, Councillor Kelly, you wish to second.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I absolutely welcome this this very welcome government grant and echo Councillor Green's words on that. As is well documented, and the leader has referred to it this evening already, the Council always puts our communities at the heart of everything we do. And we do know that there will be challenges to be faced by many of our residents in the coming winter months. So therefore, this government funding is going to be very well received by our communities, I'm sure. There's several factors that will make this winter more difficult for some of our more vulnerable families, and I think Councillor Green has referred to those. We know what they are, and so we're determined to address those needs where they are most apparent. The fact that we are going to use our third sector and voluntary sector partners to help us to make sure that we find those families who are in need is really important, because sometimes they are the families who are more seldom heard. Some people call them hard to reach, but actually we don't. We call them that they are seldom heard. It's just that we need to look harder and further to find them. So just to be very quick, because of the lateness of the hour, I fully support this paper and would like to second it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Any members like to? Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I should probably have mentioned two interests that I should have declared. One of which is that I run a community food project called the Community Fridge, and secondly that I work for Bournemouth Food Bank. I just want to make really clear that this money has come to us from a government that was struggling just last month to try and justify why it was cutting the £20 universal credit uplift from some of our poorest families across BCP. Absolutely. It was because of... Sorry, I can see a hand up over.
Please, Councillor Earl needs to be heard, please.
So what I want to say is on behalf of my involvement in the Community Food Partnership, I'm really, really pleased that this money is coming down, but I do want to make it clear this is not the end of this for residents who are experiencing extreme poverty. I just want to remind members that we are the area with the third highest difficulty of access to food. So the third highest place where people are struggling to afford food. Food access is an incredibly important issue across our area, and let's not see this as a one-off payment which will see us through. As members, it's all our responsibility in our own communities to make sure that our residents are fed, because food poverty is such an important issue at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor Butt. Jay.
Thank you. Yes, we heard an excellent presentation from portfolio holder and from our cabinet lead. But one thing we do tend to lack is we've been told that, we go out and we tell our residents exactly what's available, that's great, but are we going to have those links with regard to how those processes are going to be put in place so that we are actually able to put them in our literature, to talk to people at a local community meetings, etc., because that's really important. If I left now, I wouldn't quite know what to say or how to advise my residents, other than we've got £2.6 million coming to, as Millie says, to provide for food poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. I think Councillor Earl actually said more eloquently part of what I was going to say, which is it is a matter of national shame that there are people who are in such poverty in a country that claims to be so well to do. I think it's surprising, I guess, that the amount going to access to food partnership is so small. The opportunity, the great effort by our residents to volunteer for food banks and other arrangements around the conurbation is brilliant. It's it's lovely. It's from the heart. It's people who are giving up their free time to do that, and the multiplying effort that they put into into what they do in terms of what little money we give them is amazing. And that's also down to restaurants and shops giving them surplus product. So I just wonder whether we can give any more than 60,000. Seems a very small amount out of this to support their work, because of that multiplying effect, that opportunity that they can take to make so much more of it than perhaps the cost of people going to a normal supermarket and buying food. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Any other member? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a small point. I can't better what any of my colleagues have said, but actually just looking at the recommendations we've been asked to make, the second recommendation for Council was to approve the funding proposals detailed in the summary financial implications section. It says section 25. In the report I've got, it's section 26 is the summary financial implications that we're about to approve. So I think it's important if the portfolio holder will accept that that's a slight change to the recommendation at section 26, because I wouldn't like us to cover cropper legally if we've approved the wrong part of the report.
Thank you for that observation. I'm sure the portfolio holder will take that on board. Any more contributions? Can I call upon the proposer then, Councillor Nicola Green, to sum up?
Thank you, Chairman, very much. Councillor Brown, I mentioned 25 and 26 in my narrative because I saw exactly what you saw. So with members' permission, perhaps the minutes can just be amended to record the chart that we can see in paragraph 26. I'd say slightly surprised that this is being received in some senses with such poor grace. It is a very significant fund. It is targeted. It is flexible. It is aimed at our communities. It has been respectfully acknowledged the hardship that people are facing. But we have made a very significant step in doubling the amounts which has previously been available to families with children via the notional free school meals allocation to £30 per week per child per week of the school holiday, very much with the knowledge of the hardship which some people are facing and other changes in their work-related benefits or indeed their working practice. Many families are working. So that I think is we have done everything we can with this grant. In terms of Councillor Hadley's comment about the amount so small to the Access to Food Partnership, I think I know where you're going. The reason that figure was picked was because it is based on experience over the past year. So we haven't just dreamt up the figures that we're looking at. We've been, as I say, this has been an evolving picture, but it has had to be allocated in a piecemeal fashion over the past year. We have some certainty now in planning it. We have some certainty around the numbers, and obviously, as the further we get through the process, the greater the certainty will be. We have very significant contingency, actually, put aside to allow for that flexibility, because it's not quite clear what the demand will be as people's heating bills start coming in, the type of winter we have. There may be additional requirement, there may be additional need for energy vouchers and so on. So that contingency is very much in a flexible pot. But I think it's important to state with some confidence, actually, the immense and magnificent support which food banks and community fridges and so on are receiving from our community. We need to recognise that, and for me at this stage the £60,000 is quite proportionate to that. We will, and I can't say this more often, we will be reviewing as we go. We need to understand what the take-up is. There may be less take-up because there is less need. There may be less take-up because we haven't done a good enough job of telling the story. Councillor Button, I will endeavour to come up with some kind of digest, perhaps that might be useful. A lot of people in schools will already be aware of this, parents who access, who've got children in mainstream, regularly statutory age education, sorry, I'm struggling for the term there. So they, once they go to big school, through to secondary school, those parents will know, and they will be known to to their school communities. We all know the immense role that school support staff play in reaching out and identifying everybody. So I will try and provide an easier allocation. And we will keep this under review, and I'd be very happy to report back through Children's Services or wherever it is deemed appropriate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Thank you. If we move to the vote, please. Those in favour, please show. Everybody? Yeah. Thank you. Any against? And abstentions? It's unanimous. Yeah. Thank you, members. Right, agenda item 9, review of the political balance of the council, the allocation of seats on committee to each political group, appointment of councillors to committees and appointments to outside bodies. Councillor Mellor, I understand that you wish to move the recommendations in the report, and Councillor Broadhead, I also understand you wish to second the recommendations in the report. Councillor Mellor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and I'll be as brief as I possibly can be. I think we're all aware of the reasons why we've got this report in front of us. Personally, very pleased and confidence and support that we've now got 41 Conservatives, so we started with 36, and for that we now need to have our the political balance amended. It is as pertinent. It should be relatively self-explanatory. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Broadhead, as you understand, do you wish to second?
Thank you, Chair. How would you second?
Thank you. Contributions from the floor, please. Observations. Anybody wish to make a comment? We move straight to the vote, please.
Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, I would actually quite like to congratulate the Conservatives on the skillful way they've actually managed to create a situation where, despite only being voted for by less than 1 in 3 of the population of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, they've now got into a position that not only do they have the administration, they've actually worked this out with little or no consultation. In fact, I think it was no consultation with other parties, so that they now mark their own homework, which is totally against the principles of good scrutiny. So I'd like to congratulate them on the skillful way that they've now managed to mark their homework, and presumably they'll get the necessary grades for having marked their homework.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Would we allow... Yes, would you like to respond? No, there was Councillor Barton. Yeah, could I? Apologies. Sorry, Councillor Barton, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to reserve my comments purely to the children's services part of the scrutiny. Sorry, can you hear me now? Okay, that's right. I'm going to reserve my comments particularly to the children's services over in scrutiny part of this. Just looking at that slight detail, I noticed Councillor Dunlop has moved off, and I would say moved on. And thank you for the work you've done on children's services. I shall miss you on that. I noticed that Councillor Rice will be moving off children's services. I don't know if Councillor Rice realised that at the time. I'd like to welcome Councillor Haynes and Lawton. I know very much I would look forward to working with you. But my issue is that children's services, we've tried to make it non-political. And I find it a bit strange that the political balance, children's services, adjusting the political balance has made this a political venue. So I can't support that part of it, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Yes, Councillor Broad.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to vote with this paper and just address a few of the points that Councillor Trent made. We actually talked about this when we had the Centre for Public Scrutiny came down. I specifically remember at the time, Councillor Trent, you raising the point when we were not in a majority administration there, what happens if we get into a majority situation, then the majority party can take the majority of seats. And the answer you had at that point, if you recollect from the Centre for Public Scrutiny, is actually that is good practice. That is exactly what you should have. And actually, even further, that is why we embedded in our constitution, it actually says within the constitution, where a political party has a majority, they must take a majority of the seats on the panels unless there are reasons for not doing so. So actually, not only are we following the spirit and the letter of the Constitution, but actually where a political party has the majority, it is national practice for them to have a majority on the panels in which they represent. So that is just the law, essentially. And that point has been answered by the experts. So it's a shame to raise it again to score political points. But if we are scoring political points, and you congratulated us, I'd like to congratulate the former coalition for having the accolade, I think, of having more resignations than any other coalition in the country in the last few years, and actually this Conservative group for having more growth within our group than almost any other Conservative administration in the country, and despite only having one by-election, 2 by-elections. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Miller, could I ask you to sum up, please?
Councillor Broadhead's on it, Chair. I've moved the vote.
Sorry, where was I?
Move the vote, please.
I certainly will. Right, so can we have a show of hands, please?
Point of order, please, Chair.
What's the point of
I'm
order?
not sure where it is in the Constitution, but I myself personally take offence that on the frivolity of political point scoring that the Deputy Leader there referred to only 2 by-elections. Let us never forget as a chamber how those 2 by-elections came about. So I don't think the frivolity is acceptable in this particular chamber. And I would invite the member to actually retract his remark.
Thank you for your observations, Councillor Farquhar, and thanks for your clarification, Councillor Broadhead. Yes, can we move to the vote, please? Those in favour? Those against, please. And abstentions, please. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 10, city status application requests from the Chartered Trustees of Bournemouth. If you'd all members please note that the statement from Mr McKinstry made quite some time ago now related to this issue. Councillor Kelsey, I understand that you wish to move the recommendations in a report, and Councillor Broadhead, I understand that you will second the recommendations. Councillor Kelsey. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. At the last meeting of the Bournemouth Chartered Trustees, we had a debate and it was decided by a majority vote that we would apply for city status for the town, and I would ask Mr Farron and his team if he could process that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Councillor Broadhead.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. I'll talk a little longer just to reiterate the point, but a bit of background. I'm sure everyone has been paying attention, but Her Majesty the Queen, as part of the Jubilee Honours, has announced, Jubilee Honours, has announced that either council areas or individual towns can apply for city status in the competitive programme. We made a decision as a council that we didn't see any appetite whatsoever to go forward with a council-wide city bid, and therefore we would leave it up to the sovereign towns to decide. Government in their wisdom have made the decision that although the towns can make that decision has to be ratified, if you like, passported up to the upper tier authorities. So really what we're here to do tonight is to receive the decisions from the three sovereign towns and the town council in Christchurch and the Chartered Trustees in Poole and Bournemouth, and basically passport it upwards. What we're not here to do, I think, in my view, is have a debate on whether we know better than them. We always made a real commitment that the council provides the council services. We are one big BCP area for a lot of things, but we must maintain the sovereignty of our three individual towns, precisely why we have town councils, parish councils and chartered trustees in Bournemouth and Poole. We asked them to make that decision. They've had that debate. So really what we're doing tonight is to receiving the fact that the town council in Christchurch have said no, that the Poole chartered trustees have said no, but the Bournemouth Chartered Trustees have said yes, and to passport that decision. Very similar to how it's been done across the rest of the country. Only a few days ago, Dorset Council received the representation from Dorchester, who are also applying. The Dorchester's Town Council are applying, and they received that and duly approved it. So really what we're here to do tonight is to say, yes, we respect the sovereignty of our towns, and we respect the sovereignty of their opinions. If Christchurch had come back and said that they wanted to go in for the honour, I would have said absolutely that's fine. I think we shouldn't think any differently. One more final point, which is about resource. A few members have talked about the resource intensification of this process. The city status is a name, and the actual application process is, I think Graham Farrant pointed out, the Poole Chartered Trustees is a one-page application and I think 3 or 4 pages supporting pages of documentation. There's no intensive resource, and indeed nor is there any extra funding nor responsibilities that come with the honour. It's very similar to when Leamington got the Royal Leamington Spa status. So today we're here to respect the sovereignty of the towns, respect their decision, passport it up to government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Any members like to... Councillor Dedman, please. Councillor Dedman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And I can only speak for Christchurch Town Council, but what I want to point... Sorry?
Sorry, I was going to comment.
Oh, yeah. So sorry, Chairman. Yes.
Please, can Councillor Dedman have an uninterrupted platform?
Shall I start again? No,
Please do. Start from the first paragraph.
On the city status, as Councillor Broadhead said, he did inquire, or the leader, the leader inquired of Christchurch Town Council and was then told that there were many other councils in Christchurch, and I just want to make it very, very plain that not only Christchurch Town Council, who are elected by the town people, voted against Christchurch being a city, but also all the other parish councils in the area, and I wouldn't like them to be missed out in their rejection of the whole idea.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dedman. Was it Councillor Trent, please?
Thank you, Chair. I think my initial reaction when I read about this was that I wouldn't have an opinion on this until it was debated, unfortunately with no paperwork or background. And I think one of the messages that came out very clearly is that BCP Council is a partnership of 3 towns, and I think there was some fear that if one of the 3 towns became a city, that affects the dynamics of BCP Council. But the one thing which is worrying me, and it's interesting having the paperwork here, I'm in theory a charter trustee of Bournemouth, but I've never attended a charter trustees meeting of Bournemouth because all I have that's Bournemouth is a patch of grass. And quite frankly, I don't think attending meetings representing a patch of grass is the best use of my time. I'm Poole through and through. And reading these notes, one thing that worries me is the implication, I think it's on the background, section 5, that might be section 4 anyway, that there are 3 wards that are in Poole. One's entirely in Poole, one is largely in Poole, and the other one is partially in Poole. And reading the background information, if an area, a ward, is a part of a chartered trust of Bournemouth, it automatically becomes part of the city, which means my area that has absolutely no residents that live in Bournemouth that haven't been asked whether they want to be part of Bournemouth City would be frog-marched into a city, which I think if you actually ask people, they would be totally against. So I do believe that we shouldn't go along with this. And just one final point about officers' time. Even if the officers' time is minimal, it's still time that could be spent on doing other things, such as getting the situation in our existing BCP Council right. So I won't be supporting the Bournemouth City status because I feel it has unintended, well, I'm hoping it's unintended consequences on other areas that aren't Bournemouth. And I believe that we should, continue as 3 distinct towns, and that should be the position of the whole of BCP Council. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I disagree with the sentiment in the leader's letter to the Mayor. Whereas Dorchester has a town council with delegated powers, the formation of BCP Council left only the ceremonial and historical vestiges of the 3 towns via the Charter Trustees. It did not leave the towns of Poole or Bournemouth with sovereign powers as described in the report. Having merged Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, the pursuit of city status for one of the 3 by default demotes the other 2 to being part of a greater Bournemouth city. Precisely the outcome that Christchurch residents overwhelmingly rejected, and those of Bournemouth or Poole were not even asked. We heard from Alex McKinstry at the beginning of this meeting, and as a resident of Bournemouth, he was saying that the residents of Bournemouth haven't been consulted on this. Many people move to the areas to get away from cities. It's not something that's been consulted with them. It highlights how hollow the clamours from the Conservatives were last year about the consultation that we couldn't do in the depths of the pandemic. I know that senior staff at the Council are already under huge pressure supporting the transformation and other initiatives, and whilst there may only be a 3-page report at the start of this process, it's a diversion of effort we do not need. I will be voting against.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Stribley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to speak on this issue, but I have to because I do believe that Councillor Trent is totally misunderstanding the situation. Whilst ward boundaries cross between the towns. The town boundaries have not changed at all. And so if Bournemouth were to become a city, just the piece of grass, it would have nothing to do with the residents in the rest of Councillor Trent's ward. I don't think it's an issue at all.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to echo what Councillor Broadhead has said on this issue, and it's about sovereignty. We've had a vote as Bournemouth councillors, as trustees, we're elected to that purpose, and we've made a decision together that that's what we want to do. We want to support this bid for city status for a world-class city of Bournemouth. If Poole, or indeed Christchurch, has done the same as their trustees or town councillors had made that same decision, I would, as a BCP councillor, not as a Bournemouth councillor, I would vote in favour and support them, because it's about sovereignty, and I believe in supporting that decision. So I'm in favour of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Green M.
Thank you, Chairman. I was not in favour of Bournemouth bidding for city status, and I said so at the Bournemouth Charter Trustees meeting. That was in my role as a Charter Trustee. As a BCP councillor, I believe that each of those individual towns should have the right to adjust what is effectively their civic status. Whatever the talk is of whether it's sovereignty, what we're talking about, and what we absolutely preserved in the Constitution when we set up BCP was that the civic function should remain as belonging to those individual constituent towns. I didn't get my way at the Charter Trustees meeting, but the Charter Trustees have made their decision clear, and I believe that it is my duty as a BCP councillor to support them exactly the same way as I will be supporting the Charter Trustees of Poole and the Town Council of Christchurch, who do not wish that to go forward. This has nothing to do with high-rise blocks. It has nothing to do with a city swallowing up neighbouring towns. This is about a civic status. Not one I wanted to go for, but I will support the Bournemouth Trustees. I will support that civic right of each of our individual towns to do what they have chosen to do, and I would suggest that anybody who votes against this motion is not prepared to do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Phipps.
Thank you. Well, I'm just a bit surprised that this has just gone down to mayors at the end of the day. Mayor of Bournemouth, Mayor of Poole, Mayor of Christchurch Town, and as we know in Christchurch, only the Mayor of Christchurch Town was originally asked, until we had to point out there's some parish councils that the Mayor of Christchurch doesn't represent, as Councillor Dedman has already mentioned. But mayors are there for, a year? And they do have some trustees, okay, they have a few other people. They're just asked about this. This is a big thing. And surely residents should know the benefits or the disbenefits, or what does it mean to be a city. I don't think residents know, and here you are going to put in an application for something that I don't think people actually know what you might be getting them into. I don't know. And that's my point, really, that I just think you haven't really gone about it the right way. You probably should have asked the people what they thought and given them some information first. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. When this first came to the Charter Trustees of Bournemouth, I was really unsure of how I was going to vote in it, and I listened, and we had quite an interesting and lively debate during that Charter Trustees, and at the end of it, I chose to vote for Bournemouth to go forward as a city. Since then, I've been away. I was up in Glasgow for COP26, and I stayed just outside Glasgow in a place called Stirling, which is Scotland's smallest city. In fact, it's smaller than Bournemouth, but it had this unique city feel to it, and I feel like city is an attitude, not a change of what the town is. It's a change of feeling, it's a change of thought. the idea of a city. It was somewhere that was really well connected. It had brilliant public transport. You could get almost anywhere around Scotland from that hub. You could get to Glasgow, to Edinburgh, to anywhere else around Scotland, easily, quickly, cheaply, and it had a lot of facilities. It was clean. It had a lot of people, a lot of bins in the city. Everyone took pride in their location, and that's what I want to see from Bournemouth. I want to see pride in Bournemouth, and if that's the way that it goes as a city, and it brings people together, and we get something which is new and connected and creating this new identity of Bournemouth City, that's great. In the same way, it's great that Christchurch wants to remain a town and keep that unique town identity. I think that's fantastic, because that's what Christchurch is, and the same with Poole, who this time have chosen not to go forward and stay as a town. So, in my mind, I want to see Bournemouth become a green city, a city for, let's use the Futures Fund, for the future. And this opportunity to slightly change our identity and move forward, I think it's a really good thing, so I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Anybody else need to? Councillor Borthwick, please.
You've already done what we're trying to do. In Christchurch, you've got a parish council and another council, which you've plonked in the middle of Christchurch. In Bournemouth, we've just got a new parish council, which has just been plonked in through a small part of Muscliffe. So you've done it already. You've just using somebody else's land, walked in, draw your line around, we're a parish council. No different to what this means to Bournemouth Council.
Thank you, Councillor Borthwick. Could I ask now, if there's nobody else eligible to speak, could I ask for Councillor Kelsey to sum up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard the debate. I heard the debate at the Chartered Trustees meeting, with which the majority of the Chartered Trustees of Bournemouth turned up. It's sad that Councillor Trent feels that he doesn't need to turn up for these meetings, and I'm sure his residents will be totally miffed if they realise he wasn't turning up for what they are, after all, paying a precept for, whether he likes it or not. I thank Councillor Rigby for his very nice words. I think what you said was very good, and exactly my thoughts entirely on the way that you were thinking about that. When we had the meeting, I know two others, Councillor Brown and Councillor Burton, I know you didn't vote for it, but you explained very eloquently why, and I totally understand your reasons why. But in my opinion, Bournemouth deserves to be a city, and I think we should all be voting for it to be a city, and I would urge everyone to vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelsey. Can we now move to the vote, please? All those in favour, please indicate. Thank you. Those against? And abstentions, please.
If I may, Chair, on this occasion I would like my abstention noted for the minutes.
Councillor Farquhar, you always make my heart sing. You really do. Obviously. That was carried. Thank you so much.
Chair, I appreciate that you didn't bring the motion forward to make me I want you to consider your membership of the Conservative Group, because I think the Conservative Group can show by action other nights how it is taking its lead from
please leave the meeting, Councillor Howell? Disgraceful. Disgraceful. I don't know who was banging that hammer, I don't know. I've got this ringing in my ears. I'm sorry, members, but that was disgraceful. I'm absolutely appalled. Sorry, I get emotional. I must apologise. Right, that brings us on to the most exciting item of the evening, agenda item 11, Chief Officer Appointments for BCP Council. Councillor Miller, I understand that you wish to move the recommendations in the report. Councillor Nicola Green, I understand that you wish to second the recommendations. Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's actually with some sadness that we bring this paper, at least in part, because what it does do is it recognises that Kate Ryan, who's been a fantastic servant of Poole Borough Council for a number of years, delivered, safe landed in her role at BCP Council, and then in the wider role, her COO role, more recently, is actually leaving us. Kate has been an exemplar officer. I was first a portfolio holder in Poole in the place directorate, and Kate was a fantastic help to me. Absolutely delighted to be able to congratulate Kate in terms of moving into a chief exec role, and I think it's one she will absolutely flourish in. So our loss is New Forest's gain. I'd really like to place the thanks of this chamber for formally on the record for Kate's service to both Poole Borough Council and to BCP. In that context, however, I am absolutely delighted with the calibre of people we saw. We had two full-day recruitment panels last week, cross-party recruitment panels for both the Chief Operating Officer and the Director of Children's Services role. And we were really pleased to be able to unanimously on both of those occasions again cross-party agree with the candidates we've selected. So before I move on to just to talk about those names, I think we also want to say that the paper does also promote Kelly Ansell, our own Kelly Ansell, to the interim director COO role. I think that's fantastic. Kate's we've got to recognise talent in our organisation, and this very much does that. So I think we'll be in very safe hands for the period of time that Kate is in Kelly is in that interim role. So with the support of members, we're welcoming two highly experienced, professional, motivated senior leaders into our organisation. For those of you who haven't read it, Cathy Hadley to the position of Director of Children's Services, and Jess Gibbons to the position of Chief Operations Officer. So we've had a great panel, and I'm very happy to formally move that we appoint them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Nicola Green to second.
Thank you, Chairman. Very happy formally to second, and in doing so, just thank Councillor Moore, Councillor Bartlett and Councillor Slade, who's not been able to be with us this evening, for their contribution to those long days. But I think it was a very comprehensive interview process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any members wish to contribute? Councillor Evans, please.
Thank you. It seems our senior officers are perhaps emulating rats leaving a sinking ship. We've talked about the calibre of candidates. I wonder if any of the recruitment panel would like to comment on the number of candidates we received and why this was such a small amount for such a large authority. Thank you.
Yes, please. If you...
Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Wilson, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that I was part of the early part of the process, and I thought that the calibre of candidate was very good, and I'm sure that we will welcome the new candidate. But I want to put on record my thanks to the outgoing Kate Ryan. I obviously started very inexperienced. I want to keep this brief as well, sorry, I know we want to go home. But I started very inexperienced in my role as a portfolio holder, and she didn't make me just a better portfolio holder, but she made me a better person. And I had a lot of personal things going on during my time, and she supported me so well. So it's a massive hole that this organisation has to fill, and it's big, big shoes that the next person has coming in. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Moore?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I just say that I was a member of the interview panel for the DCS. I'm happy to support the appointment. Cathy Hadley is experienced, well qualified, and it will be good for everyone working in children's services to have a permanent DCS. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Anybody else like to contribute before I ask the... Councillor Hadley. Oh, Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you. Ever so briefly, I'd just like to echo the comments from the leader and others about Kate Ryan. I think she's been excellent, and I think an enormous loss to our authority, and I wish her enormously well in the New Forest. I'd also just like to mention that I have no relation that I know of to Cathy Hadley. Thank you.
For the sake of clarity, we'd all like that recorded. It's all right, we rehearsed that earlier. It's very late, isn't it? Could I call on Councillor Mellor?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. And I should have, the class of Nicola obviously remembered to thank everybody. So, and I genuinely thank you all for your support throughout the process. I think the lack of class emanating from the Poole People Party tonight, it's just staggering. And there's another example of it. Calling our officers, rats, rats leaving a sinking ship. I mean, where do you make that up? We've had this question before. And we've actually got to a position where we've said the numbers of people leaving in and out of this organisation is absolutely normal. There would have been a period of time where people were unable to move in and around that COVID environment, the numbers stack up. In terms of your question, over 16 people on the short list of on the long list of the COO. I can't get the number exactly right, but it was in the teens, whittled down to 6. And then I think we interviewed, and we're bringing 4 people through to the interview effectively. So it's just a normal process, a very good process actually. I thank everybody for their comments about Kate Ryan, and I'm really glad that's got cross-party support because she deserves it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Right, I'm going to move to the vote now, please. And we have a show of hands in favour, please. Thank you. Those against? And abstentions? Agenda item 12, notice of motions in accordance with procedure 12. There were no motions submitted for this meeting. Sorry, did I miss something there? Agenda item 13, urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. There are no urgent decisions to be reported. So the final part of the meeting this evening, members, date of the next council meeting. Following feedback from a number of members, I would like to propose that the next council meeting on the 4th of January 2022 be rescheduled and held on the 11th of January 2022 at 7 p.m. Should be acknowledged that if this change in date is agreed, and I'll ask you to agree that in a moment, then the Standards Committee will need to be rearranged to an alternative date, which the Chairman has already acknowledged that and accepted that. So can I ask for show of hands to move the date of the next full council from the 4th of January, which is very
Mr. Chair, do you need a seconder? Okay.
Does it need a seconder? Apparently not. Thank you. Can we have a show of hands of those in favour, please? It was scheduled for the 4th, which is right at the end of party season, I've been told. I have no idea what that means. But the 11th of January for everybody, especially people who have made deputations to me about that, would make much more sense from a practical and efficiency point of view, with the understanding that these dates will be re-examined in much more future planning than this. So is everybody in agreement? Can I see those who are against? Agreed. Oh yes, I must have this recorded. I can't quite read this very clearly, but it does say at the bottom here, close the meeting.